Good morning, you're welcome to News Morning here on TV3. I am Enyunam Haliga, coming up in a few minutes. Authorities launched a 3-day operation to remove unauthorized structures on Sakumo wetland over environmental safety concerns. Also, government evacuates Ghanaian national after viral South African video incident, reaffirming commitment to protect citizens abroad. And much later, supply disruptions from Burkina Faso pushed Ghanaian tomato traders towards local harvest amid the rising prices and market instability concerns. We're going to our first story now, where a major demolition exercise has begun at the Sakumana Ramsar side zone. Authorities move decisively against buildings constructed on waterways after years of warning and enforcement notices. The Greater Accra Regional Security Council, working with the Tema West Municipal Assembly, launched a 3-day operation targeting unauthorized structures within the ecological sensitive wetland. My colleague reports.
The demolition focuses on the golf course section of the Sakumo Ramsar site, where unregulated construction has significantly obstructed natural water channels. Some affected property owners are watching their investment reduced to rubble. Speaking to TV3, Greater Accra Regional Minister Linda Akwele Uklu issued a firm warning that no illegal structure within the Ramsar site will be spared.
We met all parties before we started undertaking this exercise. And so as far as we are concerned, ours is to protect Ramsar site, and that is exactly what we are doing. No mercy for anybody. There's a green belt for us, and we are here to protect and make sure that all Ramsar sites, not only here, within Greater Accra, is being protected.
Her message underscores growing frustration among authorities over persistent non-compliance despite repeated cautions.
Cost involved in this only exercise, you don't have an idea. Just after the demolition, they have to take care of the debris, we have to green the place and get its natural state back. And so it's not an easy thing. So sometimes, like I said, people must face the law.
For years, residents and developers have been cautioning about the dangers of building on waterways, yet encroachment has continued. The Sakumo Ramsar site, internationally recognized for its ecological importance, has been under increasing pressure from human activity, particularly indiscriminate construction.
The core area that we are so much concerned with is about 8 kilometers square. After we have secured the core area, which means that would have achieved one of our major objectives, then we can come down to the multiple use zone to see how we can also secure more of the landscape there to be added onto the entire landscape.
The degradation of this fragile ecosystem not only threatens biodiversity, but also heightens the risk of severe flooding in surrounding communities. With the rainy season approaching, authorities are warning that blocked waterways could lead to devastating consequences, putting both lives and property in danger. Residents affected by the exercise are being urged to cooperate with officials as the operation continues. While the demolition has sparked distress among those impacted, authorities insist the action is necessary both to restore the natural flow of water and to avert future disasters. The exercise is expected to continue over the coming days as officials intensify
land clearing within the designated land clearing within the designated right-of-way for the project. The visit was aimed at assessing progress and ensuring strict adherence to timeliness. The work covers a 175.6-kilometer stretch, forming a critical foundation for feasibility and engineering design works. Here is project engineer Major Evans Baini.
Major towns along which this road passes or falls are Ablikuma. We have Adeso, we have Esamankese, Esubua, Akimoda, Ofuase, Jedemua, and Sebua, which is in Kumasi. I would say that we are 5 weeks into the clearing operation.
4 work gangs have been deployed to operate continuously along the corridor. So far, 17.75 kilometers have been cleared during the mobilization phase. With funding secured and equipment largely in place, the team is working within a 20-week deadline effective April 23, 2026. But the task is far from straightforward. Heavy rains, dense vegetation, poor night visibility, and delays in compensation processes are emerging as key threats to progress. Still, project coordinators insist systems are in place to sustain the pace of work. Engagement with traditional authorities have also paved the way for cooperation, with plans underway to involve local youth in auxiliary roles. The CDS toured sections of the project and interacted with personnel on the ground.
We have come all the way from Accra to come and commend you for being in the field all this while, waiting for the right equipment for us to commence this particular project. Now that we have everything, it is set for us to push ahead, make sure we meet our targeted KPIs, and then do a good job so that we can be able to clear the right of way for the Accra-Kumasi Expressway project itself to take off. But with what I've seen so far, I want to commend you for your yeoman's job. We know it's been difficult, you have left your families, but you are the guys who are now lifting up the flag of the Ghana Forces once again. This is our contribution to the development of the country, and let's do it to the best of our ability.
He also met with residents within the project zone, assuring them of government's commitment to fair compensation. When completed, the expressway will link the Greater Accra, Eastern and Ashanti regions, cutting across major communities including Adesso, Asamankesi, Akimoda and Kwaso. From clearing this forest to confronting logistical and social hurdles, the success of the Accra-Kumasi Expressway now hinges not just on speed, but on the military's ability to hold the line against time, terrain, and expectation.
Now to some security stories, as the Eastern Regional National Security Liaison Officer, Francis Anodompro, has warned chiefs in the region to desist from deploying thugs armed with illegal weapons. At a media briefing in Koforidua, he said decisive action will be taken against any traditional authority that violates public orders or engage in unsensitized groups.
Protracted chieftaincy disputes continue to undermine community cohesion, often triggering violence and disrupting local governance in parts of the Eastern region. The National Security Liaison Officer for the Eastern region, Francis Anodompro, has warned that chiefs who disregard directives grounded in law from the District Security Council, DISEC, and the Regional Security Council, RECSEC, will face the full force of the state.
Court gives a restraining order. Don't go and do this. They defy it. The next moment you see them doing the very thing the court has asked them not to do. The RECSEC has asked them not to do. DISEC has asked them not to do because of security implications. They defy it with impunity because they are nananum. They are going to bite. Apply the law to the latter.
He urged traditional leaders to collaborate with security agencies to uphold law and order in their respective communities.
I've watched them. We have had a lot of discussions with Nanan. We have had a lot of engagements. And as security, our mandate, our core duty is to protect property and the lives of this region.
Now, the National Identification Authority is urging members of the public to endure to make the necessary updates to their personal details whenever required. According to the authority, failure to do so without reasonable cause will result in a fine or a term of imprisonment or both. George Queenan reports.
The law requires every Ghana card holder to notify the NIA within 30 days of any change in circumstances that affect the personal information stored in the National Identity Register or to correct any errors relating to that information. The data collected by NIA is intended to support effective government planning.
If you were in secondary school and now you are working, government needs to know how many working group of people do we have. If you are sorry to say you were able and now you are disabled, you have to notify NIA So that at any point in time, government says that NIA, kindly produce the total number of disabled people in this country for me. We have to do this. So the law is there, but just that NIA has not been enforcing it. But I intend to enforce it to the latter.
However, flow by Ghanaians to update their information is making it difficult for authorities to rely on the data for accurate planning. The NIA has outlined several circumstances that require updates.
It includes that when you are a student and now you are a working class, you belong to the working class, you have to inform NIA. When you're single and now you are married, you have to inform NIA. And the most important aspect is that when you move from where you are staying, so if you are staying at Kaswa and now you are at East Legon, it means that your circumstance has changed. You have to inform the NIA so that we can do the necessary corrections.
But what happens if one fails to update their details?
That's where we say that if you don't update it and we get to know, then we can take you through the legal process because the law is clear on that. The sanction is that you pay a 12 penalty unit or you go to a term of imprisonment of not more than 30 days.
The National Identification Authority, NIA, will soon launch an online application to allow Ghanaians to update their data from the comfort of their homes while still ensuring strict verification processes.
It doesn't mean that once you do apply and it says the circumstances have changed, so it means that it goes into our system and just change. No, there will be a reviewing team because the law is clear that if the reviewing team is not convinced, they will have to call you to come to justify why you want to do those changes and everything. Then we could do so. And lucky, those things are not on the card, on the physical card, so you can just do the updates.
Government has successfully evacuated the Ghanaian national who was seen in a viral video being berated by some South African citizens. The move, according to government, is to reiterate the foreign ministry's commitment to protect the rights and citizens of Ghanaians, irrespective of where they may be around the world.
When news broke about the verbal attacks on Emmanuel Asamoah, the Ghanaian at the center of a xenophobic incident in South Africa, the state quickly moved and took steps to secure him. Safely evacuated to Ghana after efforts were made to get him out of harm's way. The foreign ministry says no efforts will be spared in safeguarding Ghanaians.
Government is very much conscious and strongly committed to protecting our nationals abroad. And so, on the instructions of the minister, he has been relocated to Ghana to ensure that he's in a safe space. I want to reiterate the point that has been made by the minister on behalf of government that the actions that has been undertaken by the South African nationals is one that is distressing for us because as Africans, we know that this continent is committed to ensure that it's an open space. And we don't expect such treatment against African nationals. And so it was in that context that the minister spoke to his counterpart, summoned the acting High Commissioner for South Africa, and also indicated publicly government's great concern about the actions that have been undertaken. We will continue to rely on the assurances that the South African government has given that they would stem this activity by their nationals, which can be threatening to the relations with other African countries.
Ghana's High Commissioner to South Africa, Benjamin Kwashi, says due to the fluid nature of the xenophobic situation, a cautionary advice is issued regularly to Ghanaian nationals to be safe, as consular assistance is available to them as well.
Coming back, they ensured, the South African authorities ensured that his passing through immigration and others was very safe. It was smooth. They indicated to us that they want to again apologize to him for what happened. It was rather an unfortunate circumstance. On a daily basis, we issue advisory notes to the Ghanaian community. This morning, we issued one to indicate a particular area that we know that there was going to be a demonstration. In fact, we are coordinating very well with the police council in South Africa. We also communicate with the mayors of the various provinces that these things happen. They give us their daily report, and it is based on these daily reports that we also issue that advisory note advising Ghanaians of where to be, where not to be, and then to also let them know that the situation is a bit fluid. We encourage them sometimes to not open their shops, not come out, ensuring very well that they stick to what we tell them so that we are able to contain any eventualities.
The Public Accounts Committee says it has had enough of their "we've written to Yoko" excuse. The chairperson, Abna Osei-Asare, is moving to shut down the stories assemblies often tell when they are caught in financial mismanagement in the Auditor General's report. Her solution is to bring the investigators to the witness table.
This move follows a frustrating pattern at the three-day public hearing in the Western region. One by one, assemblies from the Western and Central regions pointed the finger at Yoko, claiming they had already reported or cleared their financial interactions with the office. But Chairperson Abna Osei-Asare is not buying it. She notes that these institutions are using Yoko as a shield, yet they almost never produce an official letter to prove it. To stop the runaround, she is demanding an Yoko representative sit at the table from now on, making it impossible for officials to hide behind phantom investigations.
Now, it has been one of the common tunes that we hear these assemblies say. If for one reason or the other they haven't been able to retire their infraction, what they say, especially when it boils down to money or some contract, they say, oh, we have written to Yoko, we have written to Yoko. And you know, sometimes they say we have written to Yoko, but there's no evidence in the form of a letter. Just like we are treating District Assembly Common Fund and a rep from the District Assembly is here. It is in that same vein that we are expecting reps from Yoko to also come and sit in and clearly, yes, corroborate what they are saying, because it's important when it comes to the secondary schools. We let reps from Get Fund also come and sit in so that we have a comprehensive hearing. You understand? That is why we are saying that the work we are doing is validation plays a key role in what we do. So then we also validate from Yoko.
Another concern at the hearing was how some assemblies are handling government housing. Instead of collecting the required 10% of an occupant's income, many were found charging a flat rate of just 20 cedis. With so little money coming, the properties are being left to rot. For ranking member Samuel Attamills, this is a clear-cut case of mismanagement. He says it only proves his point that the government has absolutely no business being a landlord.
I don't think it's the government's business to get into real estate. If you go to most of these assemblies, we have so many buildings over there. The assemblies are supposed to collect rent. That is 10% of the occupant's income. They don't collect it. They collect sometimes 20 cedis. 20 cedis for a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment. They don't maintain those buildings. And as a result, the people who are occupying it too don't want to pay the 20 cedis a month or whatever it is. Why don't we give it to a unit somewhere that will renovate these and charge the appropriate rent? If you work for government, it doesn't mean that you have to be given an apartment or a building where you pay 20 cedis a month. Where in the world can you do that? So the buildings are dilapidated.
Iroma Smith, TV3 News, Takrady.
To some agricultural stories now, as Ghana's tomato trade is at a turning point as supply disruptions in Burkina Faso force a decisive shift. Ghanaian traders are now preparing to reduce dependence on cross-border sourcing and rely on local harvests to stabilize prices and supply.
Ghana was shaken when Burkinabe authorities announced a ban on the export of tomatoes to neighboring countries. The move triggered a surge in prices of the commodity across local markets. Last month, the restriction was eased for Ghana, allowing traders to resume imports from the Sahelian country. However, supplies have since dwindled as the major crop season in Burkina Faso comes to an end. The few remaining tomatoes on farms are being destroyed by frequent downpours, worsening the shortage. Traders who source the commodity say they are now returning with empty crates.
Because of the rainy season, or few empty boxes na keba. If it were more, Benjamin Tournament, I'm going to Jalawa fee. Bruno Bana, something like 120 pieces. Biana 55 pieces. Or if it was shortage of the boxes, in my machine.
This has significantly impacted prevailing market prices.
It's a price no a cost. First, na keba form kakraba is saying because of fire say omo kwechire and a kofa. And ama eniamano, eniano, a wechire pint on babano, na niamano, I condemn.
At Agbogloshi in Accra, only a few tomato traders displayed their wares for sale. The majority were out of stock. At Accra Railways, the few available supplies are yet to be cleared. According to the traders, the last batch of Ghanaian buyers is currently in Burkina Faso to source what remains, after which trips there will cease.
Because some come in Yansania, one more penal. People chose a Ghana Diana bar. About my young wine hanging. Transportation near their commodore easy. And to say a wahase ya, a bois, a mat ne bonus so bay fine.
Meanwhile, indigenous tomato farmers in the Bunu region have begun harvesting their produce with expectations that local supply will peak by the end of the month. Traders are, however, calling on government to support farmers with high-yielding seed varieties to compete with Sahelan produce. As Burkina Faso supply dries up, Ghana's tomato market now hinges on the strength of its local harvest, raising urgent questions about sustainability, investment, and the country's readiness to feed itself. Stanley Niblew, TV3 News, Accra.
And that brings us to the end of News Morning here on TV3. I am Enyonam Palika. For more news, please check our website at 3news.com. New day continues.
He had petitioned the International Monetary Fund against what he called activities of the Bank of Ghana. We'll be going into that with our regular panel during the big issue conversation. We'll have Solomon Owusu, who is a Director of Communications, United Party, join us. We'll also have with him Dr. Joshua Zato, Senior Fellow, APL Senior Lecturer at the University of Ghana as well, Political Science Analyst. Join us to break this down. Alfred Thompson, former Deputy MD, NIB, member of the NPP as well. Join us, have this conversation. And of course, we'll have with us Al-Hassan Fatau, who is a member of parliament for Yendi, to talk about this. And again, there's another issue coming up from the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Yesterday, we told you that the lab scientists and the doctors, the confusion that happened, which led to a declaration of a strike, that strike had been suspended and OPD patients were attended to. Now, there's another group at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, which has also threatened a nationwide strike. And this group is actually called Medical Laboratory Professionals Workers Union, and the members of this group also have an issue. Apparently, they claim that management has removed their head and they are in disagreement with that, and so they've threatened a nationwide strike. What could be the potential implications of this for us and for those who patronize the services of Ghana's premier hospital, the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, a major referral center, and really what the issues are? We'll be going into that as well during the big issue conversation. And of course, that's also something that we'll be looking at further this morning's segment. And yesterday, if you followed the news, we had some residents of Weja in the Greater Accra region also embarking on a demonstration. And the reason is that apparently there's been a completed pediatric hospital in that part of the country which has not been operationalized. And they demonstrated questioning officials as to why they need that, and yet this has not been operationalized. And we have the Ministry of Health giving us some responses regarding exactly what's happening with that project. We'll be bringing you that as well. And of course, now we have just a little over 30 days. Yesterday must have been 37 days today, perhaps 36 days to the World Cup. A lot of things happening across. And 36 days, yes, to the World Cup. And yesterday, Arsenal scored, yes. So a lot of things are happening in the world of sports as well. We'll have the sports team join us later in the morning to bring us the updates, not just on the Arsenal game, but also other games happening across the world and also in this country. And we'll be going to Kantamanto to engage the traders there. You want to stay tuned in to find out exactly what we'll be talking about. But I perhaps could give you a hint about the fact that there are concerns that second-hand clothing could be contributing to the environmental situation that we're having, the insanitary conditions. To what extent, how significant is the contribution of second-hand clothing to the kind of environmental hazards that we have in Ghana? We'll be having a live report from Kantamanto. So once again, my name is Beatrice Edu, and you're welcome to the morning show, TV3 Newday. And yes, middle of the week, we are not forgetting about you. We want to give you cash, and you know how we do it. You play using *439#. You follow the prompt. You pick your favorite platform, and it is, yes, right here on TV3, which is number 2. Yes, and you get the opportunity of getting at least 1,000 Ghana cedis out of the 10,000 Ghana cedis that we're going to be giving out today. 10 of you. So keep playing. The more you play, the higher your chances of winning. Roland Walker would always tell you, play at least 40 times. I'll tell you, you probably have to play double that if you want to get at least that 1,000 Ghana cedis. So again, you're seeing it on your screen. It's *439#. You follow the prompt and you choose option 2, which is your favorite platform, which is right here, TV3, and you get the chance of winning. Yes, so if you are an MTN subscriber as well as Telecel, you get the opportunity to play more and win big. Yes, so this is still TV3 Newday, and yes, we'll be going into this morning's segment where we're going to be asking you, we'll be going, like I said, we'll be going into the statement coming from the Ministry of Health, explaining why the pediatric hospital at Weija, which of course led residents to demonstrate, is not operationalized, and also the unfortunate threat coming from the Kolebu Teaching Hospital again from a union because there is an issue with the head. Welcome to this morning segment.
Lost employment. The Weija Pediatric Hospital, situated in the Greater Accra region, is equipped with advanced medical unit, including neonatal and pediatric intensive care unit, a mother's hostel, and emergency care services. Frustrated residents say the delay in operationalizing the hospital is denying thousands of children access to critical health care services. Residents on Tuesday, May 5, demonstrated to press government through the Ministry of Health to operationalize the facility. They argue that families are being forced to travel long distances for emergency care, with some claiming the delay is putting lives at risk.
For the last 2 months ago, my sister's child was ill, and we had to go to the Children's Hospital in Accra, which is very far from our place. There were many people there and the child was very sick. We plead with government to help.
Some protesters also expressed concern over lost employment opportunities, insisting that the unopened facility could absorb trained health practitioners who remain jobless while a fully furnished hospital sits idle.
Everything we need is in the clinic, yet we have no idea why it is closed. We plead with the government to open it.
The 120 specialized health facility, when operationalized, will be the largest children's hospital in Ghana. The demonstration adds to growing pressure on authorities to commission the project, with residents insisting that access to quality health care should not be delayed by political or administrative bottlenecks.
So that was a report there bringing you the situation as it happened yesterday when the residents embarked on that demonstration against the fact that this pediatric hospital has not been operationalized. I was telling you earlier that the Health Ministry has already issued a statement explaining the circumstances that we have surrounding this pediatric hospital and why it's not been operationalized. And of course, this is coming from the Ministry of Health, operationalization of the Weija Pediatric Hospital. And it says the Ministry of Health has noted with concern a demonstration that took place at the Weija Pediatric Hospital today. That was yesterday, the 5th of May, 2026, and wishes to state the following, that the hospital is a World Bank funded project which commenced in 2023 and was expected to be completed in December. However, in 2024, the World Bank raised concerns about misprocurement, which included inflated costs of medical equipment up to about 11 times the actual price. It says that as a result, the World Bank declined to settle all the outstanding payment. It says, recognizing the importance of the project, the Ministry of Health engaged relevant stakeholders and was prepared to commission the facility for use. However, the contractor subsequently halted this process, insisting that all outstanding issues be fully resolved before granting access to the hospital. The ministry wishes to assure the people of Ghana that it is actively engaging all stakeholders to resolve the matter in the best interest of the public. The ministry acknowledges the critical importance of the hospital within Ghana's healthcare delivery system, particularly in providing specialized care for children. And it says in point 7 that we wish to assure the general public that the Ministry of Health is committed to working assiduously to ensure the full operationalization of the pediatric hospital. The ministry therefore appeals to the people of Weija in particular and the general public at large to exercise patience while steps are taken to operationalize the hospital. And of course, it's issued by Tony Goodman, who is the spokesperson for the Ministry of Health. Again, let me tell you, really, the reason for why we're having this very challenge, and it's in point 2, which is that in 2024, the World Bank raised concerns about misprocurement, which included inflated costs of medical equipment up to about 11 times the actual price, and therefore the amount of money needed to, as it were, finish the whole job and make this hospital operational obviously had to be suspended. And so that's the situation and the statement coming from the Ministry of Health responding to that demonstration that was held yesterday by residents of Weija in the Greater Accra region. And so we want to activate the phone lines, call in and share your thoughts with us. And again, I was telling you that we have another issue at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, still related to health. Another group rising against what it calls an issue with the head of the department, as it were, and that's the Medical Laboratory Professional Workers Union that has also threatened a nationwide strike. And the group has actually issued a long statement. Hopefully I'm able to go through all of that for you. But it says that, so notice of intended strike action over the unfair removal of the head of laboratory services at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. And this is a letter written to, of course, all the important management members of the hospital. It says, I write on behalf of the Medical Laboratory Professional Workers Union and to formally notify you, pursuant to the Labour Act 2003, Act 651, of our intention to embark on industrial action arising from the unilateral and unlawful removal of the appointed head of laboratory services at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. And I probably would read the demands of this group. You'll find this letter on SreNews.com just for you to get a lot more detail as regards why. And it says that the union shall embark on a nationwide industrial action effective Tuesday, the 12th of May, 2026, should this matter remain unresolved. So the 12th of May obviously will be next week. So they're giving management at least a 1 week notice of the members' decision to embark on this strike because the head has been removed. They call it a unilateral action per the statement issued. And it says that the industrial action shall be preceded by appropriate directives to members in line with essential service obligations. Now, whilst they're giving management at least 1 week to look at their concerns, they also have some demands. And it says that the first demand is immediate reinstatement of the duly appointed medical laboratory scientist as the head of laboratory services at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. The second demand is the establishment of a clear leadership structure and a separate regulatory council to coordinate activities of all practitioners of the medical laboratory to ensure accountability in laboratory service delivery in Ghana. The point 3 in terms of demand is that there should be strict adherence to the resolution reached under the auspices of the Ministry of Health. And it says it has attached that, which was on the 3rd and the 12th of February, 2026. And the fourth demand is immediate resignation or removal of the board chairman, Professor Titus Bayo, into bracket, a physician and former General Secretary of the Ghana Medical Association. They also want the removal of the CEO of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Dr. Y.S. Adam. Again, the Director of Medical Affairs, Dr. Franco Usu Setre, using administrative powers in a synergistic style with CODA to cause chaos in the health sector. And I was telling you earlier that CODA is actually the group that also embarked on that strike on Monday that turns away outpatient departments, people who needed services at the OPD at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital on Monday, and they eventually called off the strike in the night of Monday, and we brought you that yesterday. And so these are the issues happening in Weija. We've seen the response of the Ministry of Health, and of course at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, a new threat to embark on a nationwide strike from the 12th of May 2026. We do have our first caller on the line. Peter T joins us. Good morning to you, Peter T. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much. Beautiful Beatrice. Shining so much this morning just to attract women, much. our presence, and everything. Anyway, I hope Kukuti and Roland, they are doing well.
They are doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you yourself today?
I'm not bad. I'm also doing well.
Good.
Yeah, Beatrice, let me seize this opportunity to say my greetings to Alhaji Yaya Kondo, the liaison officer, National Security Operation. Alhaji Mahdi, National Democratic Congress, is the director for elections, and then Mr. Emmanuel Ashalekete, Greater Accra Regional Liaison Officer, National Security, and also Honorable Chairman Ava, also the former Chairman, National Democratic Congress. About this incident, that today we are having the medical laboratory professionals who are threatening strike action. All that I can say is that, one, I want to plead on behalf of patients that always avail themselves for treatment. And because this will go a long way if really it comes to will affect the credibility, even the integrity of the hospital. And I always say one thing that, look, we are Ghanaians. We should not allow activities that are not in conformity with our cultural values affect our traditional values. These things are not known to Ghana. And we are begging. This is a government we are having. It's a listening government. There's nothing that will say that government will not take a proactive action to ensure their safety and their demands that they are making. We are begging. Let this strike be a strike that will not see any damage at the hospital. So that is why we are calling on them and appealing to them, begging them that please they should put behind all these awkward and inactive decisions that will jeopardize the activities of patients and the hospital itself. Mind them, their legacy is at stake when they go on this demonstration. So we should be careful because one loss, lives that life loss for every personality or every person that makes himself or herself available to the hospital, God will not forgive them. Allah will not forgive them. Allah will ask them by the close of the day. It's not about you taking knife to kill the person before Allah is going to throw you that judgment. But some of these things behind your mind, thinking that your demands of salary and money or your demands of certain things that you are not being, it's not being met, please, we are begging them. We are begging them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I hope God will bless you and God will bless TV3. You are doing fantastically well with your colleagues and everybody, especially the producers who always hold responsibility and want to hold treasure of TV3 to ensure that TV3 is not the best station of the world, if not Ghana alone. Thank you very much.
Indeed, thank you very much. God bless you too, Peter T. Thank you for calling in and for sharing your thoughts with us. And of course, the appeal to the professional union at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital for the members to consider the general welfare, as it were, of the public and reconsider the decision. We do have Collins joining us, I believe, from Amanole. Good morning to you, Collins.
Yes, Beatrice. Good morning. It's me, Collins, from Amamole, as you said, in the Ganof municipal. You are looking beautiful.
Thank you very much, Collins.
Let me take this opportunity to greet my boss, Deputy CEO of Partnership here, Peter Apesimesa, and MDC Greater Accra Regional Chairman, Honorable Ning Ashimo. Let me go straight to this medical laboratory strike that they are planning to have it. But before, in the name of God, I'm begging them that they should stop it. They can't bring a dead body into life. Look, Beatrice, so can the state security also do this or also do same like prison officers, police officers, immigration officers, military officers, and so on and so forth? Can they also go strike? Look, we are begging them in the name of God that they should stop. That's why the last time, the May Day, I didn't give teachers, and we have professional teachers and professional nurses and doctors in this country. But there are too many. These strikes here and there are coming too many. Why? They can demand what they want. I'm not against it. But please, we are begging them in the name of God. I went there 3 days to the Kolebu, and if you go there, the place is terrible. People are stranded. I'm saying the gospel fact. Please, we are begging them in the name of God. They shouldn't try it. People are dying here and there. We can bring that life back, that dead body back to life. So please, we are begging them in the name of God. They should go to the minister or the president of the republic, President Mahama. That's my brother. He's the national government. Why? Let me land it here for my friends also to continue.
Thank you so much, Collins, for calling in and for what you've just shared with us. We do have Hajia Alima joining us from Medina. Good morning to you, Hajia. It's great to have you again.
Thank you. Good morning, my sister.
Good morning.
Yeah, this is Hajia Halima Akumapa, the freedom fighter from Medina.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you, my sister. Let me first greet His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and our slow but sure Vice President, a good mother, and a very, how do I say it, a mother who cares for her children, her husband, and everybody. Yes, because the way our husbands are today, feeling good at home, is because we have an economic team leader who is a vice president, who always goes to the market and check what is going on in the market to make sure that wives are at least feeling good in the market and can also help the husbands. Let me greet. My husband says when I comes on air, I don't greet him. So today I'm greeting my husband, fireman Sadiq Isaku. May Allah bless him. My sister, we are appealing to the laboratory professionals for this strike they are threatening. If not for anything, today we have a president who is a listener. We have our ministers who don't brag on their job. Why not? Sit down with them. Talk to them. Your mama is not that type of Kakai president. No. This government today, today's government that we are seeing, at least have given us the chance to be able to demonstrate and even vent out our problems. Some years back, just some few years back, you can't even talk. You can't even complain. Because if you complain, you see yourself somewhere else. So if you have this type of president, why not? If you have problems, confront them. Tell them. I don't think you need to go on strike to wait till lives are lost before you come back. What will you get? Bible tells us, if you get everything in this world and then you finish and lose your life, or somebody loses his life because of what you get, you didn't get anything. So please, we are appealing. We are not saying people should not go on strike or demonstrate. You can do. But in terms of these kind of sensitive positions, I don't think it is necessary. When there is something, you go on the round table, Jojo, with your minister, the president is a listener, he will listen. Then finally, with the health facility we are talking about, we are appealing to the Weja people. This government of John Mahama will never sit aloof and be watching a facility like this. He who promised that he's coming to complete everything that was done and was not completed. But if there is an indictment in the procurement of that facility, definitely we have to go into it and settle everything before. If not, our name at the World Bank will be destroyed. So please, I'm appealing to them. They demonstrated, and the minister have heard them, the government have heard them. Inshallah, the rightful, the necessary steps will be taken, and inshallah, that facility will be on operation. So with that people, I'm assuring you that don't worry. His Excellency Dr. Dramani Mahama is a listener, and he will listen to you. Thank you so very much. May God bless TV3, bless my country, and bless my president and my MP, Honorable Lawyer Susu. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hajia Halima calling us from Medina in the Greater Accra region. We do have another person, Gabriel, joining us. Gabriel, good morning to you. Please, where are you calling us from?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm calling from Kaswa.
From Takwa? Kaswa. Yes, sir. Yeah. Welcome to the show.
I want to know what is their problem. Are they going on strike because they're not doing concerning salary issue?
They are going on strike because their head, they say, has been unilaterally removed.
Position, which is the head of this and that. It's not so. To be honest with you, this is a reasonable strike. I'm going to strike because I want to be this institution, this department. You want to occupy this department. It's already not some kind of nonsense. To be honest with you, they should not dare to go on any strike. It's better stay there. You need the president or the minister for health to sit down and judge over this issue. But to go ahead saying we are going on strike here and there, posterity will never forgive them. If any soul is lost, they will bear the consequence of it. They are not fighting for a salary, not condition of services. What kind of life is that?
Thank you very much, Gabriel, for calling in from Kaswa. It looks like we've lost him on the line. Kelvin joins us. Good morning to you, Kelvin. Thank you so much for joining us on this morning's segment on Newday on TV3. Tell us where you're calling us from, what you've got on your mind. Hello, Kelvin. Hello. Okay. Let me read some of your messages. Kelvin, it looks like we're having an issue with the line to Kelvin. But please, if you can hear us, let's hear you. This is coming from Abbas in Ofinso, says, we are appealing to the hospital administrators to, as it were, help the professionals to call off the strike as soon as possible. Well, they haven't embarked on the strike yet. The threat is to go on the strike on the 12th of May. So members are just giving management a 1-week notice, as it were, for them to embark on the strike. It says, happy birthday to Tunfosetu, to the king of Asante Kingdom. We do have Abu joining us. Abu, good morning to you. Thank you very much for joining us in the program. Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Abu, if you can hear us. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, how are you doing? How are you?
Doing very well, thank you. How about you?
My greetings to all the staff of TV3. And at least let me use this opportunity to greet my Western Regional Minister and the Uncle Tobi Kwachi and Ajay Mesa and my incoming Regional Chairman, Chairman Bulu. Fantastic work in Western Region here. And all the NDC, parliamentarians, and some of the DCs, very wonderful job they are doing in Western Region. Very, very, very grateful work they are doing. Fantastic. May Allah protect them. And then let me use the opportunity to greet my only gentleman for regional and national head office, Mahdi. Yeah, my greetings to him, Mahdi. And my sister, you see, I have a problem. Why every day Kolobu strike? Every day Kolobu. We have a lot of hospitals across the country. And then I don't see what is really happening at the Kolobu. Or there's something going on, fishy going on. Then they should let us know. Please. We are in this country, we know how. Because health and the police and the fire service, I think it's a very essential service that they don't go on strike. Because I've never heard police, fire service or migration going on strike. Why only doctors and nurses? Always they wake up and say they won't work. It is a political game, make it that they're doing all to weak and yes or what. Because another country is very hard to see nurses or doctors going on strike. Please, we are begging them. This country is for we all, not for only one person. If there's any grievance, you sit down and judge with those leaders involved. Not to go and come and I'm going on strike. So. Please, we are begging them. Because without hospital, we cannot survive. Please, we are begging them. Because Ghana, we are resetting this country. If you do see the way His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is working, both all the sectors, you see, please, I'm now on just to appeal to them, they should forget it and go and sit down and judge. At least so that they will settle everything. Please, we are begging them, and my greetings to all the staff of TV3, all my communicators in Western region, and my regional boss, Kek Mesa, wonderful work that is doing. I don't think nobody is trying to contest him in Western region here. So may Allah protect all of them.
Thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you too. Thank you very much for calling us from the Western region. A number of you have already sent in your messages. Hopefully, I'm able to read as many as possible. But this is coming from Mr. Simon Yen, who are in the Upper West region. Says, "Good morning, Beatrice. It is laughable that the MPP is talking big about the BOG losses. Have they suddenly forgotten about the same BOG's 80.08 billion US dollar losses between 2022 and 2024? The plethora of scandals under the MPP are still very fresh in the minds of Ghanaians. The PDS, SML, Cocoa Roads, the SkyTrain, 1D1F, among others. They should stop nauseating Ghanaians. Greetings to my son, Aziz Donla, incoming Upper West Regional Communications Officer of the MPP, of the NDC, Simon Yen in Wa in the Upper West Region. We do have another caller joining us. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Hello? Hello?
Good.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for joining us on this morning segment on New Day on TV3. Please tell us your name, where you're calling us from, and what you've got on your mind.
Yes, madam, my name is Ogrite Komi.
Yes,
from Accra.
Mr. Komi from Accra. Which part of Accra?
Yes, I'm from Amasaman.
Amasaman. Thank you very much for joining us on the program. Please share your thoughts with us.
Yes, thank you, madam. Please, I want to contribute about the Wager Hospital.
Please go ahead.
Is that I'm pleading for the government to open the hospital for my people. That's what I want to say.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Calling us from Amasaman, obviously concerned like the Wager resident wanting this pediatric hospital to be operationalized. This is coming from Bolga D. Landlord. It says, good morning, Beatrice. Okay. Well, thank you very much. We do have also a message coming from Sherry Giovanni. And he says, we are our own enemies. How can such a magnificent children's hospital, fully furnished, to be left under the mercy of this adverse weather unused? This is a hospital for children, and it is still under lock and key, while we see children being treated under unsuitable conditions in hospitals with the excuse of insufficient space and beds. It says, as a matter of urgency, the press releases should be stopped to pave any way for the commissioning of this hospital. And says, I humbly plead with First Lady Mrs. Mahama to intervene in this regard. And we do have on the line with us Dr. Cephas Kofi Akoto. He is the chapter chairman of the Laboratory Professionals Workers Union. He joins us on the phone, I believe. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. Hello, Dr. Akoto. Good morning. Hello, sir. Can you hear us? All right. It looks like we need to correct that line so he can hear us and tell us more about this impending strike. But yes, sir. Can you hear us? Good morning to you.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, good morning, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, so we've seen your statement indicating that your members intend to go on a strike because your head has been removed. Why?
Yes.
Why should that cause you to? Why should that cause you to be on a strike?
Okay. In fact, there has been a lot of unfairness at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital Central Laboratory. The very gentleman who is currently the head of department was formerly the laboratory manager. Management later decided to ask him to step aside, which he did. And later, there was an advert for the position of head of department. He applied and was taken through the process, and he emerged as the head of department. But what we have seen was that during the strike action of the Kolebu Doctors Association, they demanded that they needed to have access to the laboratory, which of course, to the best of our knowledge, their access to the laboratory was never restricted. But as part of the demands, we noticed that they wanted the headship of the laboratory to also change. And so that led to the revocation of the appointment of the head of the central laboratory. And the head of department has been reassigned now to become technical coordinator for the central lab. We see this as a demotion, and the fact that the physicians who are demanding control over the laboratory space were telling the public that it was an issue of them having access, which of course we know that they had the access and we have always worked together. They bring requests to the lab, it is attended to, and they are giving results. So if they wanted access, does that need to call for revocation of somebody's appointment as a head of department?
So, Doc, the question I asked you was that you are in a public hospital attending to Ghanaians. Kolebu is a referral hospital, Ghana's premier hospital, and you're saying that the decision of management to remove a head should affect everybody else, and so you're going on a strike. Why should that decision lead you to this?
Yes, the decision is flawed. It is not a right decision taken by management. And we feel that there is an injustice being done. And it is only through this action that we'll be given a voice.
And you think that the injustice, as you call it, should be sacrificing the health of other Ghanaians just so you get the justice for your internal issue?
It is not the action that is going to affect Ghanaians, but the decision being taken by management is affecting Ghanaians. And we are demanding a correction so that this will not continue affecting healthcare delivery.
How
As I tell you, the current leadership we have, the laboratory cannot be without the leadership. And this current leadership that we have was gotten through agitation. And management decided to step it aside because we have had a system where for over a period of 1 month, we lack logistics. And we never had anybody who could champion or speak for the unit. And that has led to the agitation for laboratory professionals to demand an appointment of a head of department. And it took the intervention of the Ministry of Health for that appointment to be done, which was reported to the National Labour Commission. So for management to unilaterally step aside that appointment without engagement, we see it as a breach of the right of the worker. And that is what we are demanding a correction for. We have given ample time. In fact, the action they took warranted an immediate action. But we decided to give them ample time to be able to act within a period of a week. And we gave them 7 days, which is enough for management to reconsider because they have not appointed any substantive officer. So why would someone who is working without any blame, he has no fault or any bad record, and you just revoke and reassign that appointment without explanation. So
Doc,
we feel the decision was flawed and it was inappropriate.
You do not believe that the management reassigning the head and perhaps considering, yes, you say that a substantive person has not been appointed yet, but you do not trust that management would ensure that you eventually get a head whilst this man who has been reappointed or reassigned gets to do other things?
The question we should all be asking ourselves is, what is the challenge? And what has necessitated this particular revocation of that appointment?
And negotiations couldn't have solved this problem than a threat to embark on a strike?
Yes, our engagements have failed because we have a roadmap we're following before the National Labour Commission, the Ministry of Health. If management decides to put that aside, it means the resolution mechanisms we are using is broken. And the workers have the last resort, and that is what we are demanding. We have not laid down our tools. We are still working. But we are requesting for an immediate decision, which will avert the strike action.
Doc, in your statement, you mentioned that you were going to, in fact, you are even demanding the removal of the CEO as well as Director of Medical Affairs. I mean, how realistic are your demands?
These demands were made in the interest of the patient because these leadership of the Kolebu Hospital are taking wrong decisions which are affecting operations. And it is disturbing the peace we share at the hospital. And we feel that their interest is about pushing their professional interests rather than the general good. And that is why we want them to step aside for neutral persons to take over and ensure whatever difficulties we have at the moment could be managed better.
And I'm happy that
they currently use administrative powers that they have to their advantage to take decisions in their interest and not in the interest of the patient.
Again, I'm happy that you quoted the Labour Act, Act 2003, where, of course, if you look at sections 162 to 164, you're told or given the procedure through which you can go on a strike. But the important thing, I believe, when you're interpreting that, it is that you're part of those categorized as essential service providers and not just supposed to embark on a strike. Aren't you concerned about that?
Yes, we are very much concerned, and that is why we have given ample time for management to resolve the matter. We have followed all the laid down procedures in the Labour Act. And the Act mandates that if an essential service provider has a concern, it has given time duration within which that should be resolved. In a matter of 48 hours, we should be hearing something from management about their concerns. But their silence for a week will mean that we are being taken for granted. And that is what will compel leadership to consider a decision that works best for all of us.
We'll have to end it here. Dr. Cephas Kofi Akoto, Chapter Chairman of the Laboratory Professional Workers Union at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, of course, justifying the decision of members to embark on this strike. Still, a number of you sending us your messages, and this is coming from MK Erickson Techiman. Says, when will Ghana get a bold government to tell a certain group within the healthcare providers chain that enough of their drive to...
I think there was an error in citing my position. I'm the General Secretary.
You're the General Secretary. All right. Thank you very much for speaking to us. I actually didn't think you were still on the line. Thank you very much for speaking to us. But this message from Erickson says, it's very irritating to say the least. The majority of the health professionals will one day rise and the entire healthcare system will come to a standstill and chaotic if this group is not told the plain truth. Obviously, asking authorities to look at the situation. Prince Henry Kuforidia says, good morning, Queen. How are you doing? Doing well. Thank you very much, Prince. He says, may God bless our homeland, Ghana. We should all support this government to deliver the Ghana we want for us. President Mahama will deliver and make Ghana work again. There's a message also coming from Chachuchi Kata Jr. It says, good morning to the hardworking Beatrice Edu and the team. May Allah continue to protect you and reward you with good health. I want to quickly comment on the wager issue, and he says that he's confident the issue will be addressed and so there should be patience. Well, pack up your day the Milky Way with the rich, smooth taste of Peck Milk Shortcake. It is just pure delight. Find any grocery shop around you and you will get all the flavors you want, coconut chocolate, among others. This is still TV3 Newday. When we come back, we'll bring you the big issues, sports, and some more. Do stay with us.
Mix, monster, Gazi. Get it wrong. Now check it out. We bring the boss, be the key players.
implications of that on Ghana's economy. And of course, we'll also be looking at what we just talked about on the This Morning segment about medical lab professionals workers union justifying the decision to go on a strike because the head of the union has been removed, and members think that this wasn't done rightly and they need to protect their rights according to Ghana's Labour Act 2003. We'll be looking at that as well, and really what should be the way forward in terms of solutions to ensure no Ghanaian gets affected because of this strike. And let me introduce my panel here with me. I do have, just on my immediate right, Mr. Solomon Wusu, Director of Communications with the United Party, our regular panel member for Wednesdays. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Beatrice, and to your cherished viewers across the country.
Of course, I do have just immediate by him, Mr. Alfred Thompson, former Deputy MD, NIB, and also member of the NPP. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you as well for joining us.
Thank you, Beatrice, and good morning to you. How are you doing this morning?
Doing very well. I hope you're well.
I bring you greetings from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the wife.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we do have also a regular panel member, Dr. Joshua Zato, Senior Fellow APL, Senior Lecturer, University of Ghana, and Political Science Analyst. Good morning to you, Doc. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, and I must say something. Well, I want to give a big shout out to all the Ghanaians followers of Arsenal outside there. We did it yesterday. We proved them wrong. We are to the Champions League finals. There were people out there making noise that we cannot do it. Honorable Abidi Chinia, how are you feeling this morning? Where's your Chelsea? You see there is a Chelsea. Where's your Chelsea? You see the team we take, do you? That's the first thing for Arsenal fans. We are the Ghanaians, and we are going all out, this year. Two. Quickly, the Africa Policy Lens, of which I'm a senior fellow, we are launching our well-being and governance trust tracker this morning at ISA in Legon at 10 a.m. I advise and encourage you to come around. Our purpose is to contribute to the democracy of this country through research, through knowledge, and we'll be out there doing it. So APL is inviting all of us to ISA this morning. Come and join us, and let's do it. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
So get ready for your meal.
My bill will come. Don't worry. Solomon has money you pay. I give it to you.
Of course. And
so it's very rich.
We'll also have with us Mr. Hassan Fatawo, the Member of Parliament for Yendi. He'll be joining us as well very shortly. But I want us to watch a member of the Finance Committee and former Information Minister Kujo Ponkroma give the minority side of things when it comes to the IMF losses. We were told, per the audited financial statements covering the year 2025, that it's about 15.6 billion Ghana cedis. And the minority and the NPP thinks that it should actually be heading or be rounding up to almost 44 billion Ghana cedis. Watch this.
On that Thursday, when the NDC party, including non-MPs, came to Parliament, to the precincts of Parliament to hold a press conference to announce the audited accounts of the Bank of Ghana, was an illegality. Not only was it an illegality, it was an amount, or it was an act of blatant politicization of the Bank of Ghana and its work. The governor, the board, and the government should take note that this politicization of the central bank will create issues for the operational independence and credibility of the bank going forward. This policy insolvency is as a result of new policies that they have introduced at the bank. The implication of this is that the bank now requires an urgent bailout before it can perform its core mandate. On the watch of the NDC, for the first time in our history, the Bank of Ghana has become policy insolvent. The government and its spin doctors, led by the NDC party officials who did that press conference, are trying to convince the people of Ghana that the loss is 15.6 billion Ghana cedis. We regret to tell the people of Ghana that this is not true. The true operating loss of the Bank of Ghana for the year 2025 is 34.9 billion Ghana cedis. And in fact, if you add back the sale of the gold, or the proceeds from the sale of the gold, the 9.6 that I've just shown you, the true comprehensive loss position of the Central Bank of Ghana is 44 billion Ghana cedis. The macroeconomic dashboard is one half of the story. The other half is what is on the streets, the lived experience of the people that we've always been talking about. Manufacturers are reporting weaker order books in 2025 than in 2024. Power supply, as I'm sure you are all aware, remains a concern in many parts of the country. Ordinary households report that the cost of living remains high relative to wages. As for cocoa farmers, you know what is going on. Some government workers, particularly teachers and nurses, are in precarious conditions because they are not being paid after several months of work. So stability of numbers, respectfully, is not the same as stability of livelihoods. A stable city without a thriving private sector is incomplete stability.
Between 2022-2024, the Bank of Ghana recorded cumulative losses of approximately 80.85 billion Ghana cedis in the era of the MPP. Negative equity in central banking is an accounting condition and does not imply insolvency. Central banks are not profit-maximizing institutions. Rather, they are stabilizing institutions. Simply put, the bank's balance sheet reflects the cost of stabilizing the economy during a period of severe economic distress. You know the economy we inherited, Ghanaians inherited from the MPP. Looking ahead, these costs are expected to moderate as open market operation expenses will decline as liquidity conditions normalize. Exchange rate volatility will reduce and the effect of the DDEP will gradually unwind. Furthermore, government commitment to recapitalizing the bank under the appropriate legal framework will strengthen its balance sheet.
And you just watched the NDC Member of Parliament for Amenfi West, the Honourable Eric Affol, and earlier you also watched the former Information Minister and Member of the Finance Committee, Kojo Ponkroma, giving the side of the minority as well in Parliament in terms of the interpretation of the figures that we've been given. I did introduce my panel earlier, so let me start with you, Mr. Thompson. Yesterday, it came out that the former Finance Minister, Amin Adam, had petitioned the IMF against the BOG and, in effect, Ghana for what it calls lack of transparency and mismanagement in terms of its finances. Why?
Good morning once again, Beatrice. Good morning to Solo and to Doctor, and also to all my constituents, all delegates of NPP who are standing elections very soon. And to Doctor and Samira Baumia, I wish them good morning and the best for the week. It's quite unfortunate that we sit here today and this same Bank of Ghana has come up as a topic. A place where earlier on, when the governor was being sworn in, he promised and told the president that he's going to reverse all negativity that has affected the bank the previous years. And so you ask yourself, what was the negativity that was going on? And that the era of losses within the central bank was going to stop, which we accepted in good faith, because that's the incoming governor speaking to all of us, and we're all happy. So you ask yourself, what were the losses in 2023 that he talked about? 13.22 billion Ghana cedis. Then 2024, they dropped the losses from 13 billion to about 9 billion. So when you look at the trajectory, you know that it's coming down gradually. The losses were being dropped. So we're expecting that when NDC took over and the governor gave us that huge promise to the president when he was being sworn in, we'll see at least profitability coming in.
You forgot to add 2022, which was 60.9 billion.
2022 was 60.9 billion, and it dropped to, 13 billion in 2023. And everybody knows that 2022 was a year of serious international issues over 3 difficult problems that happened within a very short time. So that one everybody knows. But if you have been able to drop it from 60 billion to 13 billion, now to 9 billion, we expect that trajectory will be going on. But rather it shot up to 15 billion plus. In fact, not 15 billion, but you have the OCR of 19.32 billion. And also when you look at the gold, the last quarter that they used the gold to shore up the losses that they've made so that it doesn't look so deep. They are talking about almost 44 billion loss made by the Bank of Ghana with no international crisis. Nothing of that sort within 2025. So you ask yourself, where is all this coming from? What is happening at Bank of Ghana? Is there something that they are doing that is not right? You go in, you talk to them, then they give you a whole list of less than that. Oh, they were, taking out the liquidity within the system,
which costs about 16.7 billion.
Yeah, I'm coming to that.
9.1 billion for the domestic gold purchase program.
I'm coming to that.
29.
When you listen to the governor, he was talking about the forex losses that happened.
29.1 billion.
And that shouldn't have happened. That shouldn't have happened.
So you didn't want the city strengthened?
No, he said it. When MPP, you looked at their balance sheet and there were forex losses. He said that shouldn't have happened. It means that they are not doing something right.
But at the time, they said that it shouldn't happen because you had the dollar getting almost up to us at November 2024. It was 16.4.
And when we were leaving office,
didn't see the impact of what you were doing.
So when we were leaving office, how much was the dollar? It was barely 13. 13. Go and check Bank of Ghana rates. Barely around 13.
But that would be Bank of Ghana rate to commercial banks.
But we are looking at that.
And the rate will be higher when you go to commercial bank.
The rate was around 14.
Forex
Forex bureaus was around 14.
Yes.
Yes. And how much have they dropped it to? What is the dollar today?
It is around 11.
11 point something, almost 12. Go and check.
So
last 2 days I changed them.
The question
you asked me a question, and I'm telling you that nothing significant had happened for that amount of money to be spent. You can't spend. Listen, when in 2023 inflation was 54%, and within 1 year we're dropping it to 23%, that is a 31% drop.
Including a domestic debt exchange program that many people lost their businesses. That was in 2022. I said in 2023. But implications
I'm giving you, if you listen to my scenario, you will get what I'm saying. In 2023, I'm talking about inflation, which was 54%, dropped by 31% to 23% in 2023. Now, when you look at and how much money did the government use at that time to rake in all this money? About 8 billion.
Good money, boss.
8 billion to just rake in 31% down of the inflation amount. Go to 2025, inflation at 23%. They dropped it end of year at 5%. 18% drop. They use 16 billion to rake that. You understand what is going on? 16 billion chasing 18% as against 8 billion chasing 31% drop. It tells you that there's something fundamental that is wrong. And someone should be held accountable. I gave your producer some videos. I don't know whether they will play it. But if you listen to the finance minister now, at that time, what he said, if you listen to the governor now, at that time, what he said, and you listen to Sam George now, at that time, what he said, it all boils down to one thing. The governor should have resigned by today, even before today. You hide a whole statement, and majority will have to come and announce the statement before you even bring the statement out.
What would you say to critics who say that perhaps the NPP doesn't have any moral right to be arguing like that because under your administration, the cedi was seen as the worst currency of the world and the country was even graded to a junk state?
You see, when you talk
in
about
the midst
moral,
of what you say that you did.
Yes, when you talk about moral rights, what do you mean by moral rights? I want you to explain moral rights.
I'm sure you understand that. Go ahead with your response.
I don't. Am I not a Ghanaian?
The complaint
was
is that the
NPP not voted out of power because people felt that, listen, at that time we couldn't hold on to the dollar. But we used lesser amounts to bring it down. Inflation, that even around world crisis, jumped to 54% or 53 plus. Where we were able to bring it to 23 before leaving office by using less than 8 billion or just around 8 billion approximately to rake that money in.
Let me ask you this.
All these things are things that tell you that when you look at what the economics shows, it tells you that people were doing something right. The country was going in a trajectory that was right.
So why did they vote?
So how come it's all of a sudden it's changed?
Why were you voted out with that massive
you see,
vote
at that time,
difference,
people did not understand the economics that was going on. You had 3 different global challenges. 2022 was a year that everybody would complain about. But people still say that, oh yes, they had enough money to buy goods and services. Today we sit here, and if I even ask you today, I know you wouldn't answer, but if you ask most of your people sitting here, that how much do they have even in their pockets to go out there, people become scared. People complain. People are crying. Because what has happened? Productivity is going low because monies have been swept off the market. So how do you get money to increase production? How do you get money for people to buy goods and services? That is what has happened to the ordinary Ghanaian that we are talking about.
Let me ask you this before I come to Mr. Solomon Owusu. There are people who do not think that you have the interests of the country at heart because, again, when the currency was termed the worst, the economy was graded into a junk state, inflation was 54%. Of course, it came down before the 2024 general election. All of that, nobody took the MPP to the IMF. But you have, in the midst of the current circumstances.
Nobody took them to the IMF. How? I don't get it. That's
you've taken the MPP, the BOG to the IMF.
You remember the street protests and things that went on under the leadership of Ato Forson, stating that the Bank of Ghana governor should resign. When we were stating that, listen, look at what was going on. Look at how the country was being run. Look at the trajectory in which the country was going. They said no, the governor should resign. Because of that loss they've seen in the books of BOG. Because they felt that the governor was doing something untoward. Today, there's no world crisis. In 2025, we didn't have any world crisis. 2025, we didn't see anything that we could say that is so severe that has affected the economy. But look at what has happened. Look at the loss we are making. At the moment, as I speak to you, the solvency position of BOG, we know is at 96 billion, not 65 in 2023, or dropping down to 61, getting better, whilst we are putting things in the right trajectory. Right now, it's at 96 billion. So you ask yourself, where have we gone wrong? And where is the country heading towards? If you understand the economics of what is going on, you should be scared for this country.
And I will come to you, Mr. Solomon Owusu, but let me acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Alhassan Fatau, who is the Member of Parliament for Yendi. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning to my co-panelists and good morning to the good people of Yendi.
I want to get your immediate response before I come to Mr. Solomon Owusu and then Dr. Zato.
Well, thank you so much. Just when I was about to sit, I think my brother here was making some erroneous, throwing some erroneous figures around. He said, if I got him right, he said in 2023, the inflation was 54%. That is totally wrong.
It was 54 in 2022.
Yes. And you were trying to do, you see, 2022 was when it was 54%. By 2023, end of 2023, we had it at 39%. And so if you brought it down from 39% to 23% in 2024, that cannot be about 23% drop. So he was taking 2022 figure to mean 2023 figure to mean 2022. Because in 2023, we are not doing 54%, we are doing 39%. And so you only brought it down from 39% from 2023 to 23% in 2024.
So I don't want to
check, you can even Google it, it's simple.
No, I won't now, I will explain what I told you.
Part of the problem we have today can be attributed to them. You see, when they did the domestic debt exchange, what did they do? The first thing they did with the domestic debt exchange was to ask Bank of Ghana, when the economy was collapsing, to print for them 48 billion Ghana cedis. Illegal printing of money. Because the economy had collapsed and could not support life. Now, when this 48 billion Ghana cedis was printed for them, remember there was the haircut across the board. And now Bank of Ghana, also being a lender to the government, had to suffer the same haircut. And so now, every government, from now going until the debt matures, from now going, each government, be it NDC or MPP, each year, you are saddled with a debt of 13 billion just because of the debt, domestic debt exchange, 13 billion Ghana cedis, without you even doing anything, lifting a finger. You have to pay MPP's reckless debt of 13 billion each year, and it's mandatory, it's in our books, which Bank of Ghana has to contend with, whether it does anything or not.
I just want to, when did you say they printed the money? The year? I just want to know. You said they printed Bank of Ghana printed which year?
When the economy crashed in 2022.
I just want to know because I want to, which year?
When the economy crashed in 2022.
Sorry.
And then you printed it, so it took effect from 2024. 2023. You understand? So now we are paying 13 billion each year to defray your debt. Now, even in 2022, when the economy was about collapsing, the same BOG, Bank of Ghana, was doing negative and positive equity of 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion positive equity. That was what we were doing, Bank of Ghana. By end of 2022, we were doing positive equity of 1.2 billion. By 2024, when you were leaving power, that positive 1.2 billion had shot to a negative 61.3 billion. Because negative. Positive 1.2, 2022 ending, to 61.3 billion. Negative. You see, so I want to talk about negative to negative. Positive to all the way 61.2 negative. So, what are we talking about? I am just trying to let them know that there's a cost to everything. There's a cost to everything. And even when we had the issue in 2020 when the COVID struck, you remember they gave us free water and they gave us some free food. In fact, they gave some people some free food. At the end of COVID, what did Kojo Pongkura say? Is that the things they were giving us, they brought COVID levy. And when Ghanaians were trying to cry, he said, well, why should we cry? When we're enjoying the free water everything, didn't we know that somebody was bearing the cost? And so we had to contend with 4 years COVID levy to pay for that free water they give us. So it means that in governance, nothing is free. Today, what I call this loss is insurance cost. Because why do I call it insurance cost? If you have a house that caught fire, and as a result of the fire that it caught, in 2024, you spent, say, 9 billion, or you got a loss of 9 billion, you incurred a loss of 9 billion because there was fire. And so you are saying that, no, we cannot allow the house to be catching fire. And so in 2025, let's go for an insurance cover. That will make sure that for the next foreseeable future, we will not have any loss incurred, even when we have fire. And the insurance cover you are going for is about 15.6 billion Ghana cedis. To me, any prudent person will go for that insurance cover to make sure that even tomorrow, when there's fire, you don't suffer a loss because there is insurance guarantee for that. So that loss we are incurring today, one is an insurance cover to make sure that we are protected for the remaining years. Today they are rushing to IMF to complain about this. IMF itself is even surprised, is amazed at the way we have transformed the economy. Wow. Yes, because IMF is projected that at the end of 2025, we're going to be doing an inflationary figure of 8%. What are we doing today? 3.2%. They themselves could not even project that we'll get to this stage.
But how much?
You understand? IMF was projecting that, I didn't even have in mind that our city could have appreciated this. Between 2022 to 2024, you depreciated the city by 77%. 2022-2024, go and check. 77% depreciation of the city. Just 1 year, 2025, the city has appreciated by 41%.
Honorable, there are those who perhaps would say that, yes, we are seeing some positive changes, as it were, economists that we've spoken to, but they still do not believe that the trajectory we are on will inure to the long-term benefits of the country. How do you respond to that?
In fact,
and they feel that we are defending it because of politics.
When this government started, one of the things you heard from the finance experts, people who are experts in the field, was that the government and the Bank of Ghana, Finance Minister and Bank of Ghana, seem to have some synergy that they have not seen over the years. They were working together. And when you are working together, what it means is that you scratch my back, I scratch your back. This course we are seeing, there are things that would have been borne by the ordinary consumer. There are things that would have reflected in our annual financial statement as a country. But the Bank of Ghana has decided to shoulder that burden. For instance, today, now the government is saying that instead of, you see, governance is about policy choices. The government is saying that instead of the ordinary Ghanaian who at the end of 2024 was paying, say, 400 Ghana cedis for say 25 kilogram of rice. 400 Ghana cedis at the end of 2024. Instead of that, because if things were going to proceed the way they have been going, that Ghanaian consumer would have been paying by the end of 2025 maybe 500 or 600 Ghana cedis for the same 25 kg of rice. Now this government is saying that no, Bank of Ghana should absorb the heat. That Ghanaian consumer should not be burdened with any increment in the price of rice, 25 kg. And so from beginning 2025 to the end of 2025, that same Ghanaian consumer, you understand, is paying the same 400 Ghana cedis that he was paying in 2024. Even in 2026.
And that's the problem they have. That why should policies cause the Bank of Ghana to always be the sacrificial lamb?
Because it's a policy choice. Do we need the Ghanaian consumer to bear the cost? Or we need an institution like the Bank of Ghana to bear the cost? Because you see, if you as a government, you come in and you see that the ordinary Ghanaian has already been worsened, given what we saw in 2022, where inflation rose to 54%, given the level of depreciation of the city we saw, given almost the worsening state of almost all, in fact, to the extent that even our international reserve at some point was doing less than one month. So we had to make policy choices, and our choice as a government was that, or is that, we will not allow the consumer, the ordinary Ghanaian, to bear the cost.
I'll come back to you on a
we will allow Bank of Ghana to bear the cost.
I want him to.
When you respond, I will respond.
If you would kindly put it down, sir, kindly put it down, and then I will come back to you.
What is it now?
Dr. Zato, you have the floor. Dr. Zato, you have the floor.
It's about 90 something.
Honorable Hassan, I'll come back to you, and I'll come back to you as well. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning, and I think this morning we are being bombarded by two experts throwing losses and things to us. I want to start my presentation this morning with a question, which is a quote that somebody posted when we were in similar waters. And the question is, how can you make such losses as governor of the Bank of Ghana and still think that you have credibility to stay at post? How can you make such losses as a governor of the Bank of Ghana and still think that you have credibility to stay at post? This was a very important question posed by the current Minister of Communications to the former governor of the Bank of Ghana. Because he believed that if you make such losses, you have lost the credibility to stay as the governor of the Bank of Ghana. I want to contextualize it and then go back to something. I am not scared because the Bank of Ghana has made financial losses, no. I am not scared because the Bank of Ghana has to literally, if you hear them, throw everything they have at what they thought were financial problems. I'm not scared by that. Because you see, that is what the bank was established to do. There's something that they've said, the NDC and the bank has said, which I also agree, that the Bank of Ghana was not established to make profits. Again, I agree with that. That the Bank of Ghana is a state-owned enterprise, as SOE, established to pursue what I will refer to as both commercial and political or policy objectives. And that in performing those actions, sometimes the Bank of Ghana has to do above and beyond what normal commercial-driven banks will do. That the Bank of Ghana then has to operate like a parent. You are not going to keep your finances in check when all of a sudden a member of the family either is in an emergency or needs money. You are going to throw everything at that. So as a state-owned enterprise, this has always been the bane. In fact, that is the bane of public management in Ghana. Go back to the colonialists when they established state-owned enterprises. Go to Nkrumah, go to Buzia, go to all of them. Whenever government of Ghana goes to the IMF for any bail or whatever, the biggest driver of almost all of those have always been the SOEs. SOEs are very notorious for making huge gargantuan losses. And those losses then turn up what? To cost all of us. A simple explanation is that almost all the people employed to manage SOEs, their managing directors, their chief executives, consider their role and their appointment as a reward for partisanship, as a reward for what they did during the campaign. And so they don't see it as a kind of a fiduciary role to show competence and expertise in what they are managing. They see that, yes, I helped the party this way, I campaigned this way, they made me a CEO, a deputy CEO, that's my reward. Because of that poor negative attitude, we have treated SOEs like chop bar. We go there and we pick distance, we run them underground and we leave them. Another government comes, they operate them, then they also run them underground. That is why we are in this merry-go-round. So as I said, the fact that the Bank of Ghana has made distance does not necessarily threaten me. What threatens me is that we have all of a sudden normalized Galamsey and Galamsey gold to help the Bank of Ghana. What threatens me is that all of a sudden, this government and these policies of the Gold Board and Bank of Ghana have normalized or are normalizing Galamsey.
But we had a Gold Board CEO, Sami Jemfi, say that we are not getting money from
to help fund the Bank of Ghana. And that for me is what scares me.
You do not agree with what Sami Jemfi told us?
Gold Board has what we call monopoly, absolute monopoly to buy all gold in this country. Am I lying? Absolute monopoly. We've been told that they have reduced, if not stopped, smuggling of gold, right? We've told that, right?
Yes.
Out there in the gold that we have there is made up of gold from clean producers. Let me say licensed producer, right? But there's also Galamsey gold in there. Am I lying? There's Galamsey gold out there. Because Galamsey is not going.
The CEO says that
I know, so I can understand. I can understand why he wants to do that because it shows him. He only buys from licensed operators. I agree. I'm not saying he doesn't. But who does the licensed operators buy from? Who do they buy from?
What is the evidence?
The point I'm making is that, no, I'm making a point. I'm making, this is it. So we have normally, because still at all this time, we are all crying over the financial loss. Is it the 40 billion, the 15, 16 billion? Nobody has stood to say, wait a minute. The Bank of Ghana sold gold reserves, blah, 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 these percentages to come and fund this. Where did that gold come from? My argument is that gold comes from the poisoning of our rivers. That gold comes from the poisoning of our forests. That gold comes from poisoning of the food we eat. That gold comes from the Galamsey that is killing us slowly. But we have seemed to normalize that cost. We have seemed to trivialize that cost. We have seemed to ignore that cost. We have seemed to say that so long as we are getting gold and so long as we are selling gold, we can kill ourselves slowly.
What has that got to do with the MPP taking the Bank of Ghana to the IMF?
I don't know. Good. So let me come. So I'm making this point because, you see, what you are trying to do is exactly what I'm talking about. We were told Galamsey is an existential crisis. Didn't we say that? So if it's an existential crisis, why are we today sitting here glorifying money, gold from Galamsey that is supposed to have helped the Bank of Ghana bring down its equity or bring down its debt? That is the point I'm making. If it is an existential threat, why are we sitting here now? We are only crying about the financial cost is made, not the social cost, not the health cost, not the environmental cost, not the killing us slowly cost. Why? You see the point I'm making? Don't let us trivialize. Don't let us move away from it quickly and come there. That is what I'm saying, that it has a look. The Bank of Ghana will always do whatever it has to do under any governor when they think that they have to stabilize the economy. The Bank of Ghana would throw any and everything it has because that is why it was established. And it may be different managerial styles, but as we can say, it's not. The Bank of Ghana and Addison made all those losses because if you ask him, he will say he had to do that to what? To safeguard the financial system of the state. So you are making a point that even what he did that they were bad. Then the question could be asked, then you know what would have happened if he hadn't done that? We don't know. If you say whatever he did, and you still say it was bad, then could you imagine if he hadn't done that? You remember during COVID, the President Akufo-Addo made a point that as a country, we know how to bring an economy back, we don't know how to bring life back. The idea was that the government was going to do any and everything possible to stabilize this if it comes to cost. That's a policy decision. I want to make that point. The current governor is making a similar argument. Now look, the economy we met, the system we met, needed us to throw almost everything we had at it. And we remain selling gold. Selling half our gold reserve to do what we're going to do it. And he's proud of what he's done. He's proud because he's saying that that is the job I was given. Stabilize the financial system of this country.
Are you saying that you do not appreciate the gains the current government has made in the last almost 12?
I've not said that. I've not said that. They've done it. They've done some gains. They've brought inflation down. They've done it. And the cost of doing that, we are now seeing the full cost of that. And I'm saying that you can then see the similarity of the arguments that governors of the Bank of Ghana made. Because here's the thing. No governor of the Bank of Ghana will sit at the Bank of Ghana and think that he or she has policy options and will leave them on the table when he or she thinks that the economy is tanking. They won't do that. No, I'm coming. So don't rush. So that is the point I'm making. If we then sit down and say that the biggest challenge that this government now has is a credibility crisis. A credibility crisis because people can see that in opposition, everything you have said, in fact, including the same governor of the Bank of Ghana, that in opposition, you campaigned, I've used this proverb before, in sweet poetry and polemics. Today, the reality is staring you in the face. And instead of saying that, look, I either goofed or made a mistake yesterday, you are trying to explain away your incompetence and inefficiencies. When yesterday you did not agree. My point is, I understand that. Yesterday, it is normal. I've just given you a code. You could have said that.
So what I want to understand is that you think the BOG and the government have credibility issues, and so they should apologize.
I've not said they should apologize.
Because you're saying that instead of
I have not said they should apologize. I'm simply saying that if yesterday you said that if you are a Bank of Ghana, a governor of Ghana, and you make this losses, you should resign. And today, the same governor of Bank of Ghana also stated he's still in the post. Where is the credibility? Where is your credibility?
Please land, and I'll go to.
So that's what I'm saying. Where is your credibility? You ask another question that we have to ask is that when you say that why did the government of Ghana go to write to the IMF? Right now, the IMF team is in Ghana. They are meeting everybody. They are meeting CEOs, CSOs. They've met the government team. They are meeting banks. In fact, it's a tall list of people they are meeting, including the minority. And remember, Honorable Amin Andam was the former finance minister. He was the one who handed over the IMF program to the Karen guy. He did. Yeah. So it is normal for him. I'm sure even if he was, I don't know where he is, that the IMF would actually speak to him. I am glad and proud that he has put his suggestions on paper. Sometimes this is what happens. People go to the IMF behind doors, say things. When they come out, they don't let us know what they've said. Sometimes people can even go behind the IMF, whatever they say, we don't know. We don't know. I am glad and proud that this honorable member of parliament, this patriot, has decided that I am going to put my ideas on paper. I'm going to document them. He's not saying agree with him. He's not saying that disagree with him. But he's saying that let history show that when this issue happened, when the Bank of Ghana was swimming in a poor equity and these things, I made my decisions head. I made my ideas head. I published them. So that in future, posterity will take what he has said. Posterity will judge and do that. We should be proud of leaders like that.
Mr. Usu.
It's very unfortunate this morning our brothers have decided to take us on a roller coaster, just to remind and refresh ourselves. By the way, let's remind the MPP reps on this table that it's the same argument. That is the reason why they have no MPs in 4 regions. They have 1 MP in 6 regions. They have 88 MPs in the parliament. The same argument. And if they are going to continue on this trajectory, it advantages the United Party, because then we would fill in the gap and get serious-minded people to occupy the Parliament of Ghana and advance the cause of this country. I keep saying that the mere fact that you are in opposition does not mean you must be opposing the obvious, when in fact it's on the right path. The time will come that we will deal with this whole issue of politics when we are getting closer to campaign. But now it is nation building. And in nation building, you must be honest with the fact. He made mention that the subject matter is on the Bank of Ghana. He veered into Galamsey. One, as a matter of fact, on countless occasions, you have been here listening to Zato lay the claim that it was Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia that brought the gold for oil policy, that introduced the gold reserve policy, that accumulated a lot of gold. So where was Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's people buying the gold from? Were they buying it from the Galamsey people, or they were buying from the right source? So sometimes when you're making the argument, I get a bit worried. The very policy that you have praised here, that your candidate, in fact, when Alfred came this morning, he extended the greeting from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to you, though the man is not sitting here. Every day you have to extend. And we are saying that, where was he buying the gold from? So I'm taking a clue from Zato that maybe he was also buying from the Galamseys. It cannot be. Again, let's clear it quickly. That the end year December cedi to the dollar in 2024 was never 13 cedi, as peddled by Alfred. It was rather 14.72. We cannot be doing jandam on this table. Now I go to Amin Anta and the letter he wrote. In fact, his opening paragraph makes me see the letter as not serious. I say, look, he wrote this letter on Saturday when all of us were in funeral or in SDA. He decided to have time and write to the mission chief, Ghana ECF program, IMF Washington. I bet my last person that this letter never got to the mission chief, because it is much ado about nothing. The opening statement, it is my pleasure. What is the meaning of pleasure? The guy was happy, he had eaten, and then he was just writing something to appease himself. This is after writing. It is my pleasure. What is in the content? There is nothing in there to discuss.
You've analyzed it. So those you've analyzed, what are they?
Those that makes this matter worse. Let me read one for you. Now, the second paragraph. First of all, let me commend the fan for your... No. The pleasure. The man has overeaten. He has overeaten and he's writing something to appeal.
Why should he? He deserves. He has worked hard. He should overeat. He has earned it.
Why this strategy to...
It's not strategy. Somebody just said pleasure and you're going with pleasure.
Was following something. He didn't talk about the following. He didn't talk about the following.
Please, can you go ahead?
So why do you want to interject me, my brothers?
But there's something that comes with the...
To write, you follow the publication of the audited financial statements. That's what he wrote. Now, the second paragraph. First of all, let me commend the firm for your support to Ghana under the ECF arrangement and for the role played in helping restore, listen carefully as MP, restore macroeconomic stability following the crisis.
Yes.
Ghana faced between 2022 and 2023.
That's what we've always been saying.
Now, let's go. Let's come. Don't worry, we will get there. We are now moving gradually. Why are you jittery? Feel free. No. You have a lady to watch. You watch the lady. And feel free.
Hey, stop that.
Now, in 2017, when your government took over, you brought inflation down to 7 or 8%.
Allah helped to do that, so we should thank him too.
You see, I was here when you were
It's okay.
Now, end year inflation of 2016 was 15.4%. At that time, I was in the MPP. I was one of those vociferous people that said it was just unconscionable for Ghana to do 15.4%. So we fought against the NDC government then that Ghana must reject the NDC and John Mahama. The Ghanaian rejected John Mahama and brought you. You did 7%, you did 8%, you did 9%.
So we did some.
I'm recounting your history.
Okay.
You understand? You never attributed those achievements to the SWAL NDC administration. No, you came to meet an IMF program. That came 2020 and 2022. It said there was a double whammy or triple whammy. We faced problem. What was the problem we faced? They will tell you Russia, Ukraine. Is that not the case? As we speak, don't we have Russia, Ukraine?
We do.
Did the NDC not come and meet Russia-Ukraine war? So you don't expect, by that analogy, no one was expecting the inflation rate to come down. There are a lot to discuss this morning. Now, you go back into what we are discussing as the Bank of Ghana. And I don't see the head and tail of it. And that is why, as a director of communications, sometimes I shy giving out what we call notes, speaking notes. Because if you don't take care, and the one that is giving out the speaking notes mislead all of you will go on the same tangent and spew something that even a first-year accounting student will be sad that adults will be going on that tangent. The Constitution is so clear on Article 83(2)(a). What is the function of the Bank of Ghana? Let me read for to the benefit of your listeners. The Bank of Ghana and Article 83(2)(a) is to promote and maintain the stability of the currency of Ghana and direct and regulate the currency system in the interest of what? The economic progress of Ghana. So that's the work of Bank of Ghana. The Bank of Ghana is to assure or to ensure that our currency is stable at all times. Now, the very year that you incurred a debt of 60 billion at the Bank of Ghana, did they fulfill this provision? Remember, I told you that this was a government, the NPP government took over an inflation of 15.4. So it was not as though they took over an inflation that was about 70% and they were using monetary policies to bring it down. You took over 15.4, but as of 2022, you willingly, as a result of bogus mismanagement, had taken inflation to 54.1%.
Now we should clap for you for bringing it.
You understand? You skyrocketed policy rate, you skyrocketed treasury bill rate. The debt to GDP had gone beyond 100%. We lived in this country with that. So at that time, anybody that was questioning the credibility of the governor of Bank of Ghana was right, because the governor was not fulfilling Article 83(2) under the circumstance. Now we are talking about a regime, a Bank of Ghana, that has incurred 15.6 billion as a loss. You have to juxtapose it with what the provisions in the Constitution says, whether or not, as a result of the laws, we were able to experience stability in the currency, inflation has been brought down, the debt to GDP has been brought down, our reserve position has increased, and the general well-being of the macroeconomic stability has been achieved. Emphatically, it's yes, unless you want to do jandam here. It's inflation, and year 2025, wasn't it 5.4% versus the 23.8 that they took over? So for you to bring 23.8 to 5.4 requires some cost. So why would I blame them? Now, in year 2024, your CD to the dollar was 14.72. In year 2025, the CD to the dollar was 10.49. They have worked. They brought GDP, debt to GDP down from 60 plus to 45. So why would I complain? Now, what even amazes me is that this flimsy idea that if you were going to take the amount realized from the sale of gold, the debt will be 44 billion. Hey, why must we take it out? Why? Do we buy gold for tourism or for beautification or for what? In my local parlance, you say, I'm guaranteed you will leave your nail long so that when your body is itching, you use it to scratch it. It is the reason why the Bank of Ghana buys gold. It's business. So that when you buy gold and the rate that gold is going is high, you sell to make money. They have sold it to make money, and you are saying that, but for not selling it, they would have been the debt would have been 44 billion. So you should take it. Why must you take it out? And you had adults leading this charge, and all of them are going this morning after I said it.
And I'll say it again.
All you continue to say, and you continue to remain in opposition as we take over the great government.
I explained to you.
Now, what even baffles me is that they have explained. I've looked at the income, and mind you, there is a difference between accounting and economics. I see a lot of them speaking economics, but what the Bank of Ghana presented is pure accounting. And that is why you have other comprehensive income. Now, any policy decision that you take, if the city appreciates, affects the Bank of Ghana. And that is why, in their time, they were able to declare some positive when it came to the other income, other comprehensive income. Because the city to the dollar was so weak. Now, $100. Let's do a simple mathematics. If you have $100 today, at today's rate, let's say, take it, it's even 10 to 1:10. It means $100 will be 1,000 cedis. Now, the same $100 during their time, if you were to take it to be 1:14, will be 1,400. That is the simple analogy of the cost we are dealing with. It's not as though the Bank of Ghana had gone to trade in anything. By virtue of the appreciation of the Ghana cedi, and because our accounting is recorded in cedi, you will definitely see reduction. That is to the general well-being of the economy. And why must anybody do politics or jandam with this? That because they have been able to stabilize the macroeconomic environment, they say what? Look, Amin Anta that wrote the letter, and I can strongly believe that he has not shared this letter with the mission chief. I can bet my last person, because it was for entertainment. As he himself said, it is my pleasure. Now listen to the IMF. You know, just last December, they did a faith review of the Ghana's economy before they extended the 385 million. This is the IMF speaking. And this one, they wrote the report in 2025. Ghana's IMF-supported reforms are yielding results after last year's policy slippages. I'm not writing it. Last year meaning 2024.
2025?
No. This report was written in 2025. Okay. And this is the IMF writing this report. And their opening statement, Ghana's IMF-supported reforms are yielding results after last year's policy slippages. And who was in charge of our economy as a finance minister? Was it not Amin Anta? The IMF that he is writing to is telling the entire country that when Amin Anta was in charge of the finance ministry, none of the policy indicators that was enshrined in the IMF staff level agreement was followed. And that there were a lot of slippages, but it has taken shape. Now listen to the Deputy Managing Director of the IMF and his view about Ghana's policy in 2025. Ghana's performance under the ECF-supported reform has been generally satisfactory. The authorities have shown strong program ownership by decisively implementing ambitious corrective actions after the 2024 policy slippages. You see, so the very IMF that you are going to, they are very much aware of this economy. By the way, is Amin Antano a member of the Finance Committee of Parliament?
He's a ranking member.
When an auditor financial is prepared, where is it taken to? Is it not Parliament of Ghana? So the Parliament of Ghana will have the benefit of, as it were, diagnosing this very report. Now you go to the recommendation. He made recommendations, and that's why I realized that indeed it was for entertaining purpose. Paragraph 6 of his recommendation. Amin Anta is admonishing this administration to resolve the treatment of the DDEP effect on the Bank of Ghana.
Yes.
He is recommending, but who brought the DDEP?
Exactly the point.
And to the benefit of our cherished viewers and listeners across the globe, the DDEP is the domestic debt exchange program that the SWAL administration led by Nana Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. In fact, the staff level agreement, the IMF program that we have with the IMF was written, and all the negotiations was led by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, ably supported by Ken Ofori-Atta and Governor Addison. So the program you have today, the idea that you must be increasing tariffs every quarter, the idea that you must engage in DDEP, the idea that we must kill the elderly people, the old men and women, were given to us by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Now you are giving us this debt that this government is paying. Because of the DDEP, the coupon rates were reduced. Hence, you having a negative equity position of 96 billion. Out of that 96 billion, about 48 billion is as a result of the DDEP.
And I'm coming.
So why would you turn around and come and blame this administration?
I'm coming to you, Mr. Mensah. Your response to what Mr. Owusu...
We don't do opposition like that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson.
You are making my business difficult.
Mr. Owusu is saying, and the fact that there is data to prove. You referred to the Russia-Ukraine war. There's data to prove that during that period when Ghana had the worst of its economic experience, countries like Senegal, Ivory Coast, among others, were more resilient. And the challenge was that Ghana had high pre-existing fiscal vulnerabilities. In addition to that, those who seem to support the government now and the Bank of Ghana's decision say that the mandate of the Bank of Ghana is really to stabilize prices, protect the currency, maintain fiscal system confidence. With the current systems or measures they've put in place, they've been able to do that. So why complain?
One, I'll start by saying that I like the way Solo picks and chooses and reads just a little bit of the sentence, trying to conceptualize the whole statement or a whole paragraph into that small sentence he believes is for him. And he's very good at that. Congrats to you. And I'll also state, you asked a nice simple question. You see, in 2022, you asked me that wasn't our debt around 60 billion? Yes, it was 60.81 billion. But what was the equity of Bank of Ghana at that time? It was 55 billion. Even with the debt. And you see, people forget that at that time, Bank of Ghana was cleaning all its books. They needed to clean everything from inception to date. Because there were some instruments that were lying there that had been there for over 20, 30 years.
And let me please say that this will be our final comment on this, and then we'll go to what's happening in
Sure. And was not doing or making any money out of it. It was like a dead instrument on this particular topic, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, to move into the next topic. On that particular instrument. So if you sit here today and you tell me that someone who made a loss of 60.8, but an equity was still maintained around 55, and started building upon the equity, the losses and equity. And now you tell me that when I take over, Mr. President, I am going to turn around all the negativity into positivity. I wish your producer would have played that clip. It's just less than a second or a minute. You could have played it for everyone to listen to the governor. When he was telling the president openly that he was going to turn all this negativity into positivity, only for us to go into a negative equity of 96 billion. Not 50, not 60, not 70, not 80, but 90, plus another 6.3 billion. And you solo sit here and tell me that, oh, they've done well, we should clap for them. I mean, come on. Are we serious as a country? Do we understand the implication of what is going on? I sit here and I tell you that inflation within a year was moved from 54 to 23. You tell me that inflation started in 2022 at 54. So MPP hasn't done well. It even tells you that what I'm stating or what I'm saying, you don't understand. Because if we used more than even 12 months to bring inflation less than 31% at 8 billion,
and you use 12 months to bring inflation by 18% at 16.3 billion, then you have a serious problem.
Who took it to 54
please.
Please.
Sorry.
Please.
When you were reading all those jargons that you didn't even understand for BOJ and everything, who said, you see, they sit here and they'll tell you that, BOJ is not supposed to make profit. Neither is BOJ supposed to make losses.
Supposed to stabilize the economy.
Neither is BOJ supposed to make. If BOJ is making losses, then it means there's a crisis in the economy. Yes. Yes. If you don't, I'm telling you, it affects productivity. It affects so many things in the economy.
How does it affect?
That is why the 25 economy, that is why employment, that is why the 133 is not being able to be done. Because they are stifling the funds of the economy. Using 16.3 billion to bring inflation down by 18%. While someone will bring inflation down by 31% with 8 billion, half of that money. And you sit down and say we should praise them. We should say hallelujah to God. Oh, they've done so well. Oh, they are doing very extremely well. When our losses are increasing at BOJ, and you tell me that it's not affecting the economy. Because if they are supposed to look after the monetary policy and stabilize the economic situation of the country, and instead of breaking even or being at par with what the government is doing, and people sit down today, when you go to the market, ask the market woman, how much is in her pocket? Last month, I bought a bar of, what do you call it? This soap, this yellow one that I use to wash my...
Key soap?
The key soap. It's not key soap, the Sunlight. It was about 5 cedis. Less than a month, it's gone to 7 cedis. And you tell me that inflation is at 3%. I should take a line hook and sinker because you've sunk 16 billion Ghana cedis into the economy to mop up that this thing.
Mr. Thompson,
a lot of money within the system.
You appreciate the fact that the loss that we're talking about now, the 15.6, is the 4th consecutive loss of the Bank of Ghana.
Yes.
Don't you think that there is a foundational issue, but for the sake of political expediency, we are not tackling the main
that is
issue?
why, you see, when I was talking, I gave you a situation that studied the trajectory, how it's going. Now, when you look at 2023 loss, which I wish your guy would have put out there, the loss was 13.2 billion. In 2024, the NPP government brought it down. It didn't stay at 13. It didn't go to 14. It brought it down to 9.49 billion. Come on, please.
If you could wrap up for me, I'll go to Dr. Zato and I'll come to you.
You are looking at that trajectory, then it means that what we put in place is falling in place. That is why IMF wrote, and you are reading here, quarter of what they wrote, or a line of what they wrote, that what they are doing is in the right track. And that is why they said that inflation was dropping steadily, even faster than what they expected, but in a steady position. You don't go and sink 16 billion to sink inflation to 5%. That's at the end of this thing. And now, as we speak now, the last loss they made is 15.6, which means that it's even jumped from the 9, it's jumped from the 13, which was in 2023, to 15.
And for you, irrespective of the gains, this is bad.
The Bank of Ghana governor spoke to us, the whole nation, and said that he was going to reverse this. They are going to make sure that people get money. They are going to make sure that the economy is okay for everybody to enjoy. They didn't tell us that this was the mess they are come to give us.
Dr. Zato, your final word on this, and I'll come to you, Honorable Hassan.
I ask a question. What is the value of this? Of all that the Bank of Ghana has done? I've already told you the environmental and health cost of it. Yes, you can talk about some of the microeconomic issues that have come, but for what? What were they good? What was the value of it? What we are witnessing increasingly is a jobless growth. And that is what worries me again. I'm talking about things that are worrying me. It's a jobless growth because the unemployment situation in this country is not getting better. Right now, there's a tango between the president and the GSS as to how many jobs were actually created. Is it 1 million or is it 300,000? But we still don't know. But below that, the question is, it's a jobless rate because all these things we're supposed to have the value of, if you are stabilizing the economy, the value of you're doing it is to create jobs, to create value. We are not seeing that happen. And for me, that is becoming the biggest problem. That means that all this rhetoric and polemics are not what? Translating into the lives of ordinary Ghanaians. And that worries me. If you spend this amount of money and if you get this amount of death and there's still the unemployment situation is getting worse by the day, it worries me too. The second thing that worries me is food insecurity. We're talking about basic human needs. You're saying the economy is doing what the economy is doing good, yes. But the Ghana Statistical Service tells us that food insecurity in this country is getting worse. Men, human beings.
We have gluts everywhere.
I'll come to you on
No, people, the Ghana Statistical Service is telling us that the food insecurity in this country is getting worse. And that more and more Ghanaians cannot afford food to eat 3 basic meals with. So I'm asking the question too. The economy has been stabilized. Again, let's run down that. Inflation down, interest rate down, dollar rate down. And you say you did this, but people cannot afford 3 square meals a day. So where did we go wrong? I'm saying that this is what worries me. 3. And I like what he came to food glut. Yes. Go to Tumu, go to Walenjan, go to Saken, go to Nablu, go to Santijan, go to Tumu. There's maize glut there. They are preparing to go to the farm. They cannot afford fertilizer. Today, I heard a report that fertilizer scarcity is likely going to be one of the biggest things going forward. Go to Ketunov, go to Ketusaf, go to the Volta region. Yam and maize, they cannot sell. Cocoa farmers there, I will not talk about that. And let's talk about maize, everything. You brought the glut, let me say it. The economy is doing well. There is food glut, but people are hungry. What is missing? Something is missing somewhere. If the economy is doing so well and there's food glut, so why can't people afford food? Mr. Government, tell me why.
There's a challenge.
There's something. That means that something is missing. Something is missing somewhere. What is it? Because it's your responsibility to let this miracle you say is happening in the Bank of Ghana translate, if not even to the pockets of ordinary people, but at least to the food of play day.
Do you have any recommendations briefly?
No, I don't. No. I don't have any recommendations because they know it all. You see, the biggest problem this government has is that when they were in a position, they campaign in pure, excellent, sweet poetry and polemics. I've said this again, I'm going to say it. They offered lazy and simplistic solutions to very complex problems. Today it is facing them. So you say you've done all this and you've done all this.
But you know, and
where you are from? No, my brother, where you are from? Where he's from? He's the MP. No, let me. Yendi. If you go there, what is the biggest complaint of the farmers in your constituency?
Is it the creation of the government?
Let me
ask you this before I move. You're saying that this is a lazy approach, but you know that at the time of the DDEP, people also accuse DDEP and the e-levy as well. They accuse you of using a lazy approach to dealing with the financial issue the country had.
Thank you. The NPP did all those things. And do you know what happens? Ghanaians punished the NPP. Ghanaians did.
Because the cost of living was...
Ghanaians punish the MPP. Ultimately, in politics, in the political party, the biggest punishment you can get from populace is to vote it out. Ghanaians punish it. When they punish the MPP, you know what they did? They gave the reins to what? The NDC. So today, it is rather lazy, it is rather inefficient, ineffective, and incompetent to then begin to say that everything you are going back. I have said this, I said it last week here. 2 budgets, 2 statements, 2 State of Nations address all this, and you still now want to blame all your wars and pathologies on the previous government. No, there has to be an expiry date. And even if it's important, there has to be an expiry date. We say that from today onwards, you own the economy. ABC, from today onwards, you own the economy. You do not have a license to blame the former government for what you have not been able to do.
Honorable Hassan, you have about 50 seconds.
Seconds?
Yeah.
Yes.
Take it or leave it.
Give all the time to
I'll come to you as well.
This is the first explanation.
But you have even scattered my thought. This 30 seconds.
Okay, you have 1 minute. Please go ahead.
So you see, if we want to assess the Bank of Ghana, assess them on those 4 things that they're supposed to perform. Are they keeping the banking sector safe and profitable? Yes. This is a Bank of Ghana, a central bank that has cut policy rate from 27% policy rate to 14%. Today, banks are able to lend to customers at cheaper rate. This comes at a cost because if the rates are set higher, the ordinary Ghanaian who goes to borrow from the banks will pay higher interest rates to the banks. When they pay higher interest rates, the banks too will have to even remit part of it to Bank of Ghana, and that would push the Bank of Ghana's reserves up.
What is the biggest challenge of the
Dr. Zato, please, you had your time. No, you had your time. Please, let him have his time. Dr. Zato, let him have his time. Honorable
I'll be 2
Hassan.
minutes now. You see, I've heard NPP communicators talk about the fact that Bank of Ghana sold about 8 tons of their the gold reserve they accumulated. And they are patting themselves on the back that when they came to power, They took the reserve from 8 tons in 2016, end of 2016, to 30 tons at the end of their 8-year term. So if you take 8 from 30, you have 22 tons. So for the entire 8 years, they did 22 tons, and they are saying the Ghanaians should cut for them. But they are forgetting to realize that when we took over in 1 year, 2025, we moved it from 30 tons today to end of 2025, 37 tons. So 7 tons in 1 month. So if we are going to go by that trajectory, 7 by 8 would be giving us over 50 tons addition, not 22 tons. And so you don't ask us to clap hands for you. Today, as we speak, look, Omnibus Bank, the banks are making huge profit. They have made over 100%. They have doubled their profit. Omnibus Bank, GT Bank.
No, you know why they are making
GT Bank has made a profit of over 77%.
Because they are not giving loans out.
You understand?
They are putting the money at
the interest rate has even been cut. You understand?
The money at
Ghana Commercial Bank
respectfully
is even thinking of going into other countries because they are now stronger. NIB, which was on its way out, NIB was virtually on its knees when they were leaving power. Today, NIB is even recruiting more people, and they are being more profitable. And so what are we seeing today? The banking sector has become stronger than it was before. Our stability of the economy has been fully restored. And tomorrow, 2026, we are not expecting these slippages to come because in 2026, we are not going to spend that much, 16.6 billion, to do OMO, that is open market operation. We are not going to spend it. And you see, when you are doing the open market, they did open market operations. They spent 8 billion. We spent 6 billion. But the results will tell you that even if we had spent 40 billion, it was worth it. Because our open market operation has yielded positive results
than they have. And I'll come to me, so
all in all, to me, if you look at the Bank of Ghana's operations, the 4 things they are supposed to perform as the handler of the economy, they have done perfectly well. They have given Ghana the insurance cover to be able to maneuver its ways through in the next coming years, several years. You understand? And so to the extent that it is paying for this insurance cover, the losses we are incurring are losses that are incurred to safeguard further losses in future.
Mr. Owusu, you have the final word, and then we'll have about 1 minute take on the second topic.
It's very simple. If the United Party or Allah had been was the president, we would have stabilized the economy like they have done. But beyond that, we would have concentrated on 10 strategic anchor industries. We have said the time with that number. These are areas that we expect this administration to focus on: garment and textiles, vehicle assembly and component manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, petrochemicals. You understand? Integrated and bauxite and aluminium, iron and steel, industrial salt, vegetable oils and fats and industrial salt. And above all, engage in agricultural revolution. Recently, when Burkina said they were going to bar tomatoes from coming to Ghana, we were all crying. Why must Burkina say it is banning tomato influx to Ghana and we will cry? We expect this administration to focus on such areas so that we can rake in more revenue into the economy. I wasn't surprised when you asked that to a very, very simple question of proposal and said, I won't give you, we don't have it. Yes, they don't have it. You do have it. I use that too. But even you didn't even provide anything.
Okay, Mr. Thompson, he needs to wrap up so we can,
you don't have any solution. You don't have any solution.
Please wrap up in 30 seconds for us.
The truth of the matter is that yes, they don't have it. It is the reason why the Ghanaian, they did not push you out to. They punished you. And the same advice I'm giving to this administration, that having stabilized this economy, if you want to satisfy the teeming youth with employment, you must focus on these areas that we have enumerated so that the economy will be expanded for the young ones to be engaged in meaningful employment.
All right. And unfortunately, we'll have to end it here because of time. Yes, we couldn't get the 1 minute each for the second conversation. But earlier, we spoke to the leader of the Medical Lab Professionals Union, Workers Union, in the morning, saying that they are embarking on a strike from the 12th of May 2026.
Just a second. Do you know why they are doing
Okay, we have 1 minute now.
It's because there's no good faith between them and the government. You go and sit with a group in February, give them assurance, do something for them, then in May, you revoke the appointment and the assurances you give them. How do you think the group will take it?
It was the management, not the government.
But who employed those managements there? Who employed the board chairman? Who employed the CEO? who employ their HR. I told you, this government came on lies. They are living with lies, and they will go with lies. Be truthful to Ghanaians. Be truthful to the people you are serving.
You are launching your campaign already.
Please, let us stop this. This, you say one thing, agenda one, agenda two, you go and say one thing, you go and do another thing. It's not helping us. And it's crippling this economy. That is why we are facing this. A Bank of Ghana governor will come and say one thing and go and do another. If you don't know, I'm telling you today, why banks are making profits is they are not lending much. Because they can make more money from BOJ by putting their money in fixed rates there.
Mr. Usu, let me take your 1 minute and then I'll come to you, Dr. Zato, and get the final word from the Honorable Al-Hassan.
So it's very simple. If you have ever been on KNUST campus, what is happening at Kolebu is the genesis of it starts from the university, where a lot of people that are qualified to the medical school, as a matter of fact, let's be fair with it, they look down upon other students. So it is this fighting that they translate from the various university campuses to their workplace. This is the genesis of it. You understand? And so we must advise them that you are now adults. Grow above that sentiment. Because whether you like it or not, every lab technician had the view, about 90% had the view of being a medical student, every pharmacist. Recently in Kumewu Government Hospital, can you imagine a pharmacist and a medical doctor throwing blows at each other? Because someone feels they are only in February. This year.
Please wrap up in 20 seconds for us.
So I believe that as adults, they must have all of them their work, ethics, and also their area of operation. And under no circumstance must affect we the ordinary Ghanaians. So that when we die, we also strike against them. Because this must not be a matter that must lead them into any.
Dr. Zato, 45
government must leave
45. I want to divide it into two things. One, Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Services, et al., and all those days. In the past 1 year or so, you've not covered yourself in glory. True. In the past, so your actions and inactions, either policy actions, professional actions, and inactions, have allowed people to question the credibility, have allowed people to question the efficiency and effectiveness of healthcare delivery in this country. Please stop it. Put an end to it. Somebody must crack the whip somewhere, and the buck stops with the president, the buck stops with the president, the buck stops with the president. The Ghana Health Service is bleeding, is increasingly losing its credibility, especially among patients, among family members, among people. The stories emanating from it are bad. Stop it. Put a stop to it. So that's 20 seconds. The other 20 seconds. There's a story going on, and as a northerner and a Pepini, I need to put this on record. Yeah. The Greater Accra Regional Minister seems to think that if you have been sent to the northern part of Ghana to work, it's a punishment. And she thinks that people have been sent to the north as punishment.
Well, I'm not sure.
He said somebody has been sent. No, we have to say this as a punishment. As a punishment. Where I am from, living and working in northern Ghana is not a punishment. Living and working in northern Ghana is not a punishment. And I think that it is wrong for policymakers and appointees of government to use such
I'm sorry, we disassociate ourselves from that. We don't have evidence to that. But Honorable Al-Hassan,
I think if there is any government who is committed to making sure that health professionals go to the rural areas to work, it is this government, because it is part of the employment strategy that we're employing this year. Now, on the issue of the current happenings, it has nothing to do with government. Because if it were to have anything to do with the government in power, the same issue would have been happening at Rich Hospital. It would have been happening at 37. You understand? It would have been happening in many other hospitals. It is only happening at Kolebu because
Dr. Zato, you had your time. We need to wrap up. Please.
Let the mother have solution talk. What is this?
On this issue of solutions.
Would you kindly wrap up for us?
It's only happening in Kolebu, like Solu said, because it's a management issue.
Have solutions on this.
A board decision. You understand? And it is just power struggle between the lab technicians and if like the laboratory clinicians. You know, it's all about, and you know, it also has something to do with law. The law that was passed in 2011, which gives power to only the lab technicians to rise to the top and manage that field.
Please wrap up in 20 seconds for us.
They came out with a regulation in 2013, you understand, to not allow even doctors who are more like lab clinicians to also be able to occupy those positions. Yeah. You know, if there was time, I would have explained this further. Yes. So you see, the major problem we have is that they should go back. They shouldn't just use regulation to want to amend the law. If the law is saying only lab technicians, and now management feels that even those who are not lab technicians, but who by virtue of their training are able to be lab technicians, can perform that role and occupy those positions, go back and amend the law so that the law is clear. REACH had that problem. They have resolved it. So let's copy the template from REACH and apply it at Kolebu, and we'll be able to resolve it.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Want to say, all of you sending us your messages. Labode William, also Prince Nanaya York, Kalium, and all of you sending us your messages. I'm sorry we are unable to read messages because of time. But let me say a big thank you to you, Mr. Solomon Wusu, Director of Communications, United Party, for joining us on the Big Issue conversation today. Also to you as well, Dr. Joshua Zato, Senior Fellow, APL, Senior Lecturer, University of Ghana, Political Science Analyst. Of course, to you as well, Ms. Alfred Thompson, former Deputy MD, NIB, and member of the NPP, and to you, okay, happy birthday in advance to him, and to you, the Honorable Al-Hassan Fatau, Member of Parliament for Yendi, and with the Governor NDC. Thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen. Remember that the Big Issue is always sponsored by the University of Gold Coast, and whether you're aiming for a specialist MBA in marketing, communication, operations, supply chain, human resource management, finance, entrepreneurship, innovation, or business intelligence analytics, or you just want to advance through a dual MBA or Chartered Manager MBA, University of Gold Coast gives you options that match your vision. And if your next step is an MSc in International Relations, Communication, International Marketing, International Law, Security Diplomacy, Accounting, Finance, or Human Resource Management, an LLM in International Law, Security Diplomacy, or an MA in Biblical Studies, Practical Theology, the pathway is open. You can always apply, and even today at the University of Gold Coast, because we make it practical, flexible learning, flexible entry and flexible payment. Study around your work and life, choose a route that fits your background, and pay in convenient installments. Your dream deserves structure, your future deserves strategy, and of course your purpose deserves training. Apply now at www.ugc.edu.gh. Call or WhatsApp now 026-388-8555. University of Gold Coast, building leaders for the nations. When we come back, we'll bring you the latest in the world of sports. Plus some more. Do stay with us.
Solace from their sorrow in the local battle, through the madness in the market.
Really, this is just amazing.
Don't worry, I did the same for you. It's all good.
This
Yeah, and I'm still
amazing.
celebrating. As you
Yeah.
can see, guys, I'm wearing the Arsenal jersey in there.
Yes.
So all Arsenal fans, please tap in. Good morning to all of you. I'm sure you're all happy. It's been 20 years since Arsenal got to the Champions League final, and now we are back in it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just tell us more about that.
Yes, it was a very magical night. I think the atmosphere at the Emirates was really, really superb. The tifo they made was beautiful. It would be very intimidating for any the first leg between those two sides ended 5-4 in favor of PSG. So Bayern do have some catching up to do.
Yeah. What more do you need to tell us, really, in terms of more that we should be expecting, fixtures, all of that?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned the fixture. I mean, the fixture today is a PSG versus Bayern Munich at the Allianz Arena. But for Arsenal, I mean, the last 10 years or so, they've suffered a lot of heartbreaks, but this time they've managed to get to the pinnacle, and all that is left is for Mikel Arteta and his men to actually get the job done in Budapest.
And
as the slides show, their history since 2010, they've been to a quarterfinals. They've been to about 7 consecutive round of 16s and being knocked out. A quarterfinal, semi-finals last season, and this time they've gone one step further to get to the final for the
and you know, the
first time
quarter
since
and semi-finals were kind of the most heartbreaking because you were almost there.
Yeah, you're almost there. Yeah.
Yes.
But now they've gone to the grandest stage.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of the fans will be preparing for Budapest. That would be a very amazing atmosphere as well.
Anyway, yesterday there was a news item that came out about Antoine Semenyo and some racial things, abuse, really. Tell us more about that, because I think the person who was responsible is facing justice, as it were.
Yeah, the suspect, a 71-year-old, was arrested, but he has been granted bail, although the bail comes with very strict conditions, including not being allowed to visit any stadium to watch a football game. But yes, that happened with Semenyo. It happened during Manchester City's game against Everton at the Hickinson Stadium in Everton. An unfortunate thing. This is not the first time it's happened to Semenyo. I quite remember very early on in the season, when he scored a brace for Bournemouth against Liverpool, he suffered a racial abuse.
Yeah.
This shouldn't have a place in football. It shouldn't have a place in sports in general.
Yeah.
And hopefully that justice is really served on the suspect that was arrested earlier.
Yeah, and back home in Ghana, we have a goalkeepers coach, trainer. Yes.
Yes, the new Black Stars goalkeepers coach who joined Carlos Queiroz's team to prepare Ghana for the World Cup, Daniel Gaspar. He is in Ghana. He actually visited Hartlepool's training ground to speak to the players. And I'm sure he...
Hey, why not Samatex Hartlepool? Okay.
Oh, no. There's Benjamin Asari, who happens to be... I mean, he happened to be the #1 goalkeeper for the Black Stars and the Otoado. So it's quite important for him to actually see him and see him in action. I believe that he would probably watch him when Hartlepool play later this week in the Ghana Premier League. But he did go there to say some words of encouragement to the team in general.
Is that Carlos?
No. That's the goalkeeper's trainer.
Okay.
So let's just take a listen at the words of encouragement that he gave to the squad.
Every day is the World Cup. Every day is the World Cup. Every time you step on the pitch and you cross the line, it's the World Cup. When you bring your body, and when you bring your brain, your mind, and when you bring your heart, and you bring your soul, your growth, your development will fly. Remember, every day is the World Cup. Good luck.
Anytime I've heard a coach talk like this is in movies, but to hear the real one for a real situation, that's amazing. NBA, yesterday you brought us some updates. What has changed?
Yeah, the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think you asked me about the Lakers. I told you that they will be facing the Oklahoma City Thunder in the Western Conference semifinals. Unfortunately for the Lakers, they lost game 1 a bit comfortably to the OKC, who I mentioned that they are the favorites for the NBA this season. They won the entire championship last season, so it's not a surprise that they've started quite well against the Lakers. But it's still a best-of-7 series. There'll still be a number of matches to play, and so the Lakers might have an opportunity to bounce back from it.
Yeah, and then what else do we need to know? I know we have World Cup minutes, yes?
Yes, building up to the 2026 World Cup. We have
36 days now.
Yeah, we are like 36, 35 days to the start of the World Cup. And this is our new edition of the World Cup Minute.
Johan Cruyff, one of football's greatest ever players, but in 1978, he made a shocking decision. After leading the Netherlands to the 1974 World Cup final, Cruyff was expected to return and chase glory again in 1978. But when the tournament came around in Argentina, Cruyff was missing. For years, many believed it was a political boycott, but the truth was far more personal. Cruyff and his family had been victims of an attempted kidnapping in Barcelona. The trauma changed everything. For Cruyff, football no longer came first. Protecting his loved ones did. He chose safety over glory, and the World Cup went on without one of his brightest stars.
Well, that will be it for sports. Thank you very much, Debbie Shen, for bringing us the latest in the world of sports. When we come back, you can trust I will bring you some more. Don't go away.
Game on. Confirm your participation.
We think long term, we invest long term for future generations. Partner to the European Union, and our collaboration continues to deepen. Ghana remembers.
And yes, did you know that the European Union has been 50 years in Ghana, and the partnerships and the growth, really, that both have seen over the last 50 years. So we're here to talk to you about that. I'm joined in the studio now by His Excellency Aaron Skinnerbeck. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Beatrice. Thanks for having us.
And of course, we also do have as well His Excellency Jeroen Verheul, who is the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands to Ghana. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us.
Excellent pronunciation, Beatrice.
And of course,
nice to be here.
Nice to meet you. His Excellency Skinnerbeck is the EU Ambassador to Ghana. And perhaps I want to start with you. It's been 50 years since your presence in this country. That's a long time. Tell us really how the partnership has evolved over the years up until now.
Yeah, thanks for that opportunity. And thanks for having us today. You know that in spite of the 50 years, the EU is not very well known in the country. In spite of us being the first development partner, the first investor in the country, the first export market to Ghana also. And still, people think EU is an NGO or an international organization. They don't really know how to place us. So it's a good opportunity for us to get known also in the country. So over the 50 years, the EU has evolved from being what you could call a traditional development partner who was in a kind of donor-beneficiary relationship with Ghana. Gradually, we, in addition to the development cooperation, we start pushing our principles and values. And lately we have evolved, I would say, into a more traditional diplomatic partner, but also a more political, a more mature, a more equal partner, where also our interests are being pursued. In Ghana, this is not a difficult thing because the EU and the Ghana interest coincides to a very large extent. So do our values and principles, and this is what makes our partnership so special. This is why today, after 50 years of physical presence, it's really a celebration between partners.
And for you, over the last 50 years, do you recount any, any achievements that you would say would be the biggest that have marked the last 50 years of great partnership with us?
Oh, I would like to say that we have a big stake in the development of Ghana's economy, but it's not entirely true. I would like to take credit for Ghana being such a stable and democratic island in very unruly waters, but it's not really thanks to us. But we are very privileged to accompany Ghana on its journey that has created the country that we are in today, the very beautiful country of Ghana, that we have just, as marking our celebrations, you may have seen the Team Europe, so with different ambassadors, we have cycled all the way from Tamale to Accra a couple of weeks ago, and we continue to celebrate and mark our 50 years anniversary by a series of events. There'll be other sporting events coming. There'll be screening of the World Cup football match. There'll be a big reception where we hope to see you also on tomorrow, in fact.
Okay, that's great. I'm coming to you, Your Excellency Verheul, because yes, His Excellency Skinnerbeck says the EU doesn't want to take credit for a lot of things that have happened in the country, but it's also a fact that we've seen infrastructure and health resilience as well as peace, security and stability because of your partnership. What more can you tell us about the role you have played in ensuring that we got these areas equally right?
Well, thank you very much for that question, Beatrice. Let me first point out that the roles that the EU and member states play are complementary. So the EU does a certain part of the relationship and member states also take care of the relationship. So in terms of history, the Netherlands has been present in Ghana for more than 325 years. So in 1701, that was the first ambassador from the Netherlands to Ghana that presented his credentials to the then Asante Hene. So we go back a long way bilaterally, But since the European Union was formed, we found a way to complement bilateral relations with relations that the EU are maintaining. And as you know, the EU is the biggest trading bloc, also for Ghana. And the Netherlands is one of the biggest destinations for Ghanaian exports to go to the European market. Especially cocoa is one of the main products that is being produced in Ghana, being processed in Ghana for a first stage, and then exported to the Netherlands.
And let me perhaps bring some data towards that, because in Ghana, 10 EU member states have resident representation. We have Austria, we have Czechia, I hope I got that correctly, Denmark, France, Germany, Hungary, Italy, Malta, the Netherlands, and Spain. And this whole month you're celebrating this 50th anniversary in Ghana. I know His Excellency talked about a sporting activity tonight and tomorrow. If you can tell us more about what we should expect for this whole month of celebration.
Well, we'll have a number of activities. The one that Rune was referring to is the cycling event, which was meant to strengthen the link between EU embassies in Ghana and the different regions of Ghana. Unfortunately, I could not take part of it. I've asked my deputy, who is a woman, in the benefit of, for the benefit of gender equality, to take part in the relay race, and she did the part between Sunyani and Kumasi, I think. So there was really quite an effort to do that. So that was very sportive. The other sporting event is, I think, a football tournament, isn't it?
There's a screening of World Cup matches. Unfortunately, I'm speaking as a Danish national. Unfortunately, we will not be screening any matches with Denmark, but we will be screening matches where Ghana participates, both here in Accra and in Kumasi. And then we are working on setting up a boxing event also later this summer. So there are a number of things in the pipeline.
A number of things in the pipeline. Earlier, you mentioned that EU has been in the country for a long time, but it looks like a number of people still don't know what you do, your presence and all of that. What do you hope to achieve with this 1 month long celebration?
So we want to celebrate and we want to make our success known. You know, the EU is founded on principles of partnering, making us stronger, and we are making a union amongst middle powers, a concept that also applies to Ghana, who is known for its stability, but also for its ambitions when it comes to peacemaking in the sub-region. And we want to help Ghana replicate this while strengthening our partnering in trade. Politically, we have just signed a security and defense partnership with Ghana. So in a context where there are other players than the EU, we know that it's a competitive context, but contrary to others, we are not introducing tariffs to Ghana or stopping our development aid from one day to the other. We are not engaging in unsustainable and illegal fishing and mining activities. And we are not luring young Ghanaian men to fight wars of aggression that doesn't concern them, or creating instability in the neighboring countries. And on that market, I think EU is the most attractive partner to Ghana. And we want to show this also during this month.
Let me take your final word and I'll come to you, Your Excellency. No, I want to take your final word first before I go to His Excellency Verhu.
So my final word is that Ghana is a preferred partner to the EU. We want very much to be the preferred partner of Ghana. We have the Global Gateway investment package for Africa, 150 billion euros for the continent. We are doing everything we can, together with the government of Ghana, to make the environment here attractive for European investments. That is the way forward, and we hope we can help in this endeavor.
All right, Your Excellency Verhu, your final words.
Well, the Netherlands is one of the founding partners of the EU. The EU was founded by 6 countries in Europe and has now expanded to 27. And the EU was in 1957 created not only as an economic project, but also as a political project to achieve peace in a war-torn Europe. And I think that that is what binds us together in partnership with Ghana. because Ghana is also trying to promote peace worldwide, but also peace in the region. And I think that will bring us together as excellent partners.
Indeed, thank you very much, Your Excellency Jeroen Verhul, Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Ghana. Thank you very much for joining us on the show. Also to Your Excellency Roon Skinneback, EU Ambassador to Ghana. Thank you as well for joining us.
Thanks for having us, Beatrice.
Yes, and as you just heard them both, they will be having a month long of activity. So if you get the opportunity and invited, you can participate. You're still here on New Day on TV3. When we come back, we'll bring you some more. Don't go away.
Sorry to bother you.
New Day. We have to go to the Bank of Ghana headquarters now, where there's a program. Let's just cross over now.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, and the official party. The National Anthem of the Republic of Ghana. Let us pray. Unto you, O Lord, shall the gathering of your children be this day, the 6th day of May, 2026, here at the Destiny Arena of the Maker's House Chapel, where ours is a fruitful deliberation for 3 days on the next frontier, shaping Africa's integrated fintech future, as we deliberate on the 3I Summit 2026. Grant us thine presence and wisdom, that ours may be fruitful deliberations and actionable results for the continent and for the world at large. We ask all these of you, the great God of all nations, with faith and in thanksgiving. Amen. Please be seated. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a welcome video to the 3I Africa Summit 2026.
What we needed was a room to brew ideas to full capacity, a room where policymakers make bold statements for the future, where the people building Africa's future could find each other to collaborate. In 2024, the Bank of Ghana, Development Bank Ghana, and Elevandi built that room. We called it the 3I Africa Summit. Innovation, investment, impact. What began as a convening is now a sustainable movement. Over 7,000 delegates, 80 countries, heads of state, central bank governors showed up and demonstrated the tenacity of Africa. In 2025, we convened again, this time to strategically align and connect decision makers. We did this approaching markets from Accra to Kigali to Singapore. The 3I policy dialogue demonstrated that cross-border payments through innovation can be easily enhanced. Fintech licensing passporting, digital public infrastructure, a continent finally aligned. Now, we deliver. 2026 is the year Africa's fintech shows the world how ready we are. That we are the next frontier. Cross-border payments that work. Digital identity that travels. Capital that finds the founders building this continent. Real money, real markets, real impact. This is the room where it happens. Welcome to the second edition of the 3I Africa Summit, Accra.
In 2024, we unleashed Africa's fintech and digital economic potential. That was the beginning. In 2025, we established One Africa, One Market and drove innovation, investment, and impact for a connected Africa. That was progress. Today, on the 6th of May, 2026, with all our powers combined, can we achieve success by establishing the next frontier to shape Africa's integrated fintech future? Can we? Then please say innovation, say investment and impact. Welcome to the 3I Africa Summit 2026. And so live from the Destiny Arena of the Maker's House Chapel International, right here in Accra, Ghana, at the center of the world, my name is Jerry Ajololo, and on behalf of the Bank of Ghana, together with its collaborators, the Ghana Interbank Payment and Settlement Systems, together with the Global Finance and Tech Network, let me say good morning and a warm welcome to you, our guest of honor, Your Excellency, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. We make welcome the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, our gracious host, Dr. Johnson Pandey. Mohagno. Make welcome the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Liberia, Dr. Musa Dukuli. The Directors General of the West African Monetary Institute and the West Africa Monetary Agency are here with us. We make welcome the Chief of Staff at the Office of the Vice President of the Republic, the Honorable Alex Segbefia. The Chief Executive of the Ghana Interbank Payments and Settlement System, our great collaborator, Madam Clara B. Arthur. Would you please make welcome from Singapore, the CEO of the Global Finance and Tech Network Solutions, Maha El Damaki. Thank you very much. Captains of industry, the boards, management and staff of the Bank of Ghana, GIPS and the GFTN of Singapore, heads of industry associations and organizations, distinguished delegates, members of the press, and the good and great joining us on radio, television, and online. We welcome you to this great gathering where ours is a mission to redefine how Africa invests, transacts, and grows. For 3 rational days, ours will be a labor of love for this nation and for the continent as we dwell on this all-important theme. Our opening ceremony is rather brief, which will take 4 very short keynotes culminating in the ultimate by our guest of honor, the Vice President of our Republic. Thereafter, we shall delve into a very spirited panel discussion bordering on our theme, and the day promises to be even more enriching with several breakout sessions you don't want to miss. Setting the tone for today, however, it is my pleasure to welcome us and show us how we can enforce Africa's next frontier in digital finance. Make welcome our gracious host, the Governor of the Central Bank of Ghana, yours and mine, Dr. Johnson Pandit Esiama.
Yeah. Excellency, the Vice President, honorable ministers, governors of central banks here represented, industry leaders and innovators, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So it is a joy indeed to be here at the second edition of the 3i Africa Summit that is being hosted by the Bank of Ghana. And we are doing this in partnership with the Ghana Interbank Payment and Settlement Systems, GIPS, and the Global Finance and Technology Network, GFTN, of the Monetary Authority of Singapore. I commend the organizers who have worked tirelessly to put this remarkable summit together. And from the short video that we just watched, before I got up to this podium, it is clear that the 3i Africa Summit has made a significant mark indeed on the global financial landscape, from the maiden edition that started in 2024 to the policy dialogue that was organized last year. What is equally clear is that we are now at a point where progress must translate into scale, and access must translate into value also. Now, on the foundations of innovation, investment, and impact, our goal must be to ensure that these pillars are not only articulated, but effectively aligned through strong partnerships and sustained investment. This summit is therefore more than a gathering of regulators, innovators, and investors. It is a signal of where Africa must now go. Digital finance is no longer at the margins of financial sector development. It is central on how value is created, how trust is built, how markets are connected, and how economies compete. The decisions and partnerships that emerge from forums such as this one will determine whether Africa merely participates in the next phase of finance or helps to shape it. Africa has made steady progress in expanding access to finance. A recent World Bank report indicates that approximately 49% of adults in sub-Saharan Africa, they now have access to digital financial accounts. Africa is not starting from zero, therefore. We are starting from momentum. So this is progress, but it also signals a transition. Access has expanded indeed. The task now is to make it count. For a long time, this progress has been driven by mobile money and branch-led banking models, bringing financial services closer to underserved populations. It is now being reinforced by broader technological developments, including digital credit, digital trade, and evolving MSME financing models. So, ladies and gentlemen, this progress points to an important shift. The next phase of digital finance will not be defined by payments alone. Across our markets, the basic payment infrastructure is increasingly in place. The opportunity now lies in building the next layer of value. And what are these next layer of value? Digital credit is one. Merchant payments is the next. Then embedded finance is another one. Supply chain finance is next. And of course, cross-border services. So financial products that respond to the realities of women, to MSMEs, young people, and the informal sector. Our challenge is to create the conditions for this next generation of financial services to grow responsibly and, of course, at scale. The constraints we face are now clearer, and the issue is no longer access alone. It is fragmentation. It is cost. And it is uneven regulatory alignment. The challenge is no longer building systems, it is connecting them. What is required is a greater clarity in how we define our priorities and stronger coordination in how we implement them. So in this context, regulation must remain firm, it must protect the public. It must safeguard the integrity of the financial system, and it must preserve stability. At the same time, it must be enabling. It must support responsible innovation and allow markets to develop in a structured and predictable manner. Regulation and growth are not opposing forces. They must reinforce each other. Now, to tell you a bit about the Bank of Ghana. Then the third is progressing open banking. The last one, of course, is supporting cross-border fintech activity. So these are not isolated initiatives, part of a coherent effort to ensure that the financial system evolves in a way that is structured, that is predictable, and that is capable of supporting innovation at scale. However, the work ahead is not only about issuing laws, guidelines, or frameworks. It is about strengthening the service infrastructure around regulation. Processes have to be clear. Submissions must be trackable. Decisions have to be timely. This is how confidence is built. Confidence will also depend on the strength of our digital identity and our KYC frameworks. Weak authentication increases fraud risk, it affects credit quality, and it undermines trust in digital financial services. So the next phase will require stronger coordination across institutions, improved data quality, and more robust identity systems. We must also focus on the development of indigenous firms in this endeavor. Africa's digital finance ecosystem must not only grow, it must mature. Firms with strong potential must have access to the partnerships, capital, and infrastructure required to scale sustainably. A strong financial system is not defined by activity alone, it is defined by discipline, it is defined by transparency, and it is defined by competitiveness. So, ladies and gentlemen, the value of this summit will not be measured by the conversations we just have, but on the other hand, by the outcomes we drive hereafter. Stronger alignment across markets, across the sub-region, better coordination across regulators, and faster progress towards financial systems that are inclusive, that are innovative, and that are capable of operating at scale. This requires deliberate action from all of us, regulators, industry, and partners alike. And the question before us is straightforward. Will Africa simply adopt the next phase of finance, or will Africa help to shape it? That is the question before us. Africa has reached a point where participation is no longer the ambition. Leadership, on the other hand, is. The answer will depend on how deliberately we act, how effectively we coordinate, and how consistently we execute. So on this note, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the second edition of the 3i Africa Summit, and I wish you productive and impactful engagements. God bless Ghana. God bless Africa. Thank you very much.
It's a day after his birthday, and his leadership continues to inspire and shape a forward-looking sector for Ghana with clarity, experience, and empathy. Please help me celebrate the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Panditisiama. Belated happy birthday, and may God bless and keep you always. Thank you for that foundational keynote on enforcing Africa's next frontier in digital finance. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the impact of partner leadership in the future of digital finance. Here to give us that keynote is the Chief Executive of the Ghana Interbank Payments and Settlement Systems. Make welcome Mrs. Clara B. Arthur.
Good morning. Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Jane Nano Pokuagyemang. Good morning, Madam. The Governor of the Central Bank of Ghana, First Deputy Governor, Second Deputy Governor, governors from other central banks, CEOs, our partners here, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to this morning's session. It's a pleasure to welcome you to Ghana for the 3i Summit on behalf of the Ghana Interbank Payments and Settlement Services. This summit reflects a shared ambition for Ghana, which the governor has just spoken about, and for Africa, for us to build a digitally connected financial future anchored on innovation, investment, and impact. For Ghana, it signals our commitment to digital finance as a driver of economic transformation. And for Africa, it represents an opportunity to strengthen cross-border systems that unlocks growth at scale. GIPS is a proud partner and the Bank of Ghana, as well as the Global Finance and Technology Network, to deliver this year's summit. Our participation is grounded in the conviction that resilient infrastructure combined with strong and intentional partnerships is essential for the future. A few days ago, I always like to set and give some context when I have such an opportunity. A market woman in Makola, which is our commercial market in Ghana, for those of you who are visiting us for the first time, was asked how she preferred to receive payment. Without hesitation, she said, mobile money. She did not ask whether the sender was issuing from a bank account or a wallet. She simply expected to receive the money without delay. That expectation is the result of interoperability, enabled through collaboration between GIPS, financial institutions here, mobile money operators, fintechs, and the Bank of Ghana. What that moment represents goes beyond technology. It represents trust, access, and progress. And this underscores the focus of my remarks this morning, welcoming you all to this session, the impact of partner leadership in shaping the future of digital finance. Your Excellency, distinguished guests, when GIPS was established by the Bank of Ghana in 2007, the vision was for GIPS to lead Ghana's payment systems transformation through the development of interoperable infrastructure that connects all players in the ecosystem, reducing cost of delivering digital financial services. Today, the vision is a reality. Through platforms such as the National Switching and Processing System, the GH-Link, the Nobestic Card Scheme, Ghana's instant payment systems, mobile money interoperability, check code line clearing, direct and debit systems, we have built a connected ecosystem that enables seamless financial transactions across institutions. More importantly, we have done this in partnership with industry under the regulatory guidance of the Bank of Ghana, ensuring that our infrastructure continues to evolve in line with the needs of banks, fintechs, and service providers. Your Excellency, as the industry evolves, we recognize that sustaining this progress will require deeper collaboration and leadership guided by innovation. And this is why GIPS is taking deliberate steps to strengthen our infrastructure and support the ecosystem, working closely with our partners to advance Ghana's cash-light agenda. And in this regard, we are migrating Ghana's national payments infrastructure to the ISO 20022 Global Messaging Standard. This migration is strategic, repositioning us for the future. And by adopting this standard, Ghana's payment systems will speak the same language as the world's leading financial infrastructure and markets, enabling richer transaction data and faster settlement. With the passage of the Virtual Asset Service Providers Act, GIPS is looking to collaborate with virtual asset providers to ensure we provide the required shared infrastructure that allows for innovation, growth, and regulation. Beyond Ghana, we remain committed to collaboration across Africa. GIPS is ready to connect with other instant payment systems across the continent because the future of digital finance lies in cross-border interoperability. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the infrastructure provider, we see our role as an enabler to provide the rails upon which our partners build solutions that expand access, drives usage, and deepen financial inclusion that impacts the financial health of every Ghanaian. In closing, Your Excellency, the story of digital financial services in Ghana is at the core a story of leadership and partnerships. It is a story of institutions choosing collaboration over fragmentation, shared progress over isolated successes. This approach has transformed our payments ecosystem, delivering faster transactions, broader access, lower costs, and stronger trust across the industry. GIPS remain committed to deepening these partnerships, working closely with regulators, financial institutions, fintechs to continue enabling innovation and growth. To conclude, it is always important to state, when leadership is collaborative, partnerships are intentional, digital financial services moves beyond systems and delivers real impacts. And it ensures that every Ghanaian, like the one I mentioned in Makola, has access to financial services. And that is no longer a barrier, but it's a given. I wish us all today a successful and impactful summit. And once again, Akwaba to Ghana, and have a good session. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Madam Clara B. Arthur is the CEO of the Ghana Interbank and Settlements Limited. Please put your hands together one more time. Thank you for the impact of partner leadership in the future of digital finance. As a matter of fact, this lays the foundation for our next keynote on future-ready fintech, lessons from Africa and Asia. But the Vice President has to take leave of us, so we'll jump straight to her keynote. Oh, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, with joy in our hearts, let's please make welcome the gift of the occasion, the Vice President of the Republic, as she delivers the final keynote on shaping Africa's integrated digital economy.
Please respectfully take your seats.
Please allow me to refer to the protocol established and to say good morning to everyone. Good morning. Thank you very much. On behalf of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic, it is a pleasure to welcome all of you to Ghana and, of course, to Accra. I hope it's not your first time, and if it is, it won't be your last time. Welcome to Ghana. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for decades, Africa has been described as a frontier, often by those looking in. What matters now is not so much how we are described, but how we organize ourselves to compete, to integrate, and to build at scale. In that light, another label, that of Ghana as a gateway to Africa, must make clear that a gateway is not just a title. It is a system measured by whether transactions clear, businesses connect speedily, and markets operate with certainty. Ghana's position rests on decades of political stability, a commitment to openness, and a decision to host the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Today, it is not only about proximity to ports or the volume of goods that pass through them, but also who builds the rails, sets the rules, and can sustain confidence in an evolving economy. It was Dr. Kwame Nkrumah who reminded us that Ghana's independence must be linked to the total liberation of Africa. It is still valid. Economic sovereignty now also depends on integration, particularly digital integration, because this is where value is created, exchanged, and controlled. From traders to smallholder farmers to software engineers, participation increasingly depends on the ability to transact, be identified, and operate across borders. Africa has already demonstrated her capacity to leapfrog legacy systems. Mobile money, digital identity, and financial technology have shown what is possible. The task is to move from pockets of progress to continental scale. And the integration of our digital economies requires these four things: payment, identity, regulation, and of course, infrastructure. First, payments. In many cases, intra-African transactions are still routed through financial systems outside the continent and denominated in third currencies. This adds costs and delays and undermines the very idea of a single African market. Through platforms like the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, some progress is being made. The After Digital Trade Protocol, adopted by the African Union Assembly in 2024, provides a framework to reduce this friction through mobile money interoperability, cross-border electronic processes, and integration with regional settlement systems. The objective is for a Ghanaian enterprise to be able to invoice a Guinean client and receive payment in cedis directly, efficiently, and at a reasonable cost. Second, identity. No digital economy can function without trust, and trust begins with identity. Today, large numbers of Africans remain without verifiable digital identities. This excludes them from formal systems and limits their ability to engage cross-border trade. Interoperable identity systems are therefore essential to unlock participation at scale. Third, regulation. Integration does not require identical laws across all countries, but it does require compatibility. Fragmented regulatory environments increase the cost of doing business and discourage innovation. The Digital Trade Protocol provides a basis for alignment, but this work must be carried forward with discipline. Regulatory sandboxes, shared standards, and practical coordination between jurisdictions will make integration real. Fourth, infrastructure. None of these ambitions can be sustained without the underlying capability. Too many Africans remain offline due to cost, coverage gaps, and skills gaps. Africa also represents a small share of global data center capacity. This has implications not only for sovereignty. If our data is stored and processed elsewhere, then even when we participate, we lack control. Investment in broadband, cloud infrastructure, and digital systems must therefore accompany regulatory and policy alignment. Distinguished guests, without disregarding the challenges before us, we must seize the opportunities. Africa is the youngest continent in terms of population, and technology adoption is accelerating. The next phase of global digital growth must be shaped in emerging markets. Africa is well positioned to play a defining role, particularly in cross-border trade and in applying technology to agriculture, health, education, and public services. Ghana stands ready to contribute to this effort to ensure that integration is not only discussed in Accra, but also demonstrated everywhere. And I believe you agree to that one. Thank you very much. To that end, allow me to announce a concrete step. Ghana will work with everyone, Rwanda, Zambia, and other partners, to pilot a continental digital trade corridor. This pilot, which will be implemented, tested, and measured, will focus on mobile money interoperability, mutual recognition of digital identity for cross-border KYC, and harmonized electronic invoicing. Distinguished guests, the systems we build will determine whether Africa participates in the global digital economy on her own terms or operates within frameworks defined elsewhere. And integration will be achieved through systems that work consistently across borders and at scale. The work before us is what we know we can do. And I welcome all of you once again to Accra, and thank you for your kind attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of our Republic, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Obongwajiman. Your Excellency, the Vice President, would you be kind as to please stay with me as I invite to join you for a few photographs some of our principals. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Humbly, I invite the Governor of the Bank of Ghana together with his two Ds. Followed by the CEO of Gibbs, and then our partner all the way from Singapore. Please make welcome the GFTN, the Global Finance and Tech Network Solutions, a subsidiary of the Monetary Authority of Singapore. The second photo would include all governors and deputy governors of sister African countries. finally, representatives from our sponsors, MTN and Jumo. Please join for the last photo. The national anthem of the Republic of Ghana and see the Vice President of our Republic off. May God bless you. Please be seated. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us for the first part of the opening ceremony. We still continue. Just gone by was the Vice President of our Republic, together with the Governor of the Bank of Ghana and the CEO of GIPS, laying the foundation on the theme that we're reflecting on today. It now falls to our partner. I'm talking about all the way from Singapore, the Global Finance and Tech Network Solutions, to also lay another foundation to our reflection today. Would you please make welcome to speak to us the CEO of this great organization, yours and mine. Okay, she'll join us shortly. Right after this keynote, we shall have a fire chat with our partner MTN. It will be virtual on the screen. And thereafter, we shall have a panel discussion bordering strongly on the theme that we're reflecting on today. Thereafter, we shall break for coffee and tea. And when we do come back, we shall be shown our respective breakout sessions. Today, we have 3 breakout sessions which will be running concurrently, and our ushers are on hand to assist you to your relevant stations. Ladies and gentlemen, there's enough to keep us engaged for a full day, and I pray that we all commit our attention to make sure that we achieve the objectives we've set out to. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it would have been very appropriate for us to have a foundation from the lessons from Africa and Asia before we delve into the final keynote by the Vice President of the Republic. However, we can still reverse the process and gain actionable insights from this theme. Here to walk us through the future-ready fintech, make welcome the Chief Executive Officer, GFTN Solutions, Maha El Damaki. Thank you very much.
Honourable Governor of the Bank of Ghana, our gracious host. Honourable Central Bank Governors, Deputy Governors, CEOs and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here in Ghana with all of you for what is bound to be a very productive 3 days full of insights, intelligent conversations and discussions that can move the African continent forward when it comes to the 3 I's: innovation, investment, and there is another I that I would quite like to add actually here, and that is implementation. We heard about it already in the previous speeches. Something that we are hearing is needed in this new age of new innovative technologies descending upon us at a pace and a speed we haven't seen before, and potentially, having the ability to rewire how we live our lives. But Africa is no stranger to innovation. In fact, in the past, this continent has shown us how to embrace innovation and to leapfrog legacy systems, and indeed to be a model for the world. From mobile banking that enabled financial inclusion for everybody to agent banking that reached remote areas of the continent, this progress has been impressive, and it's one that we've all learned from. And in fact, many other jurisdictions have taken a leaf from your book. So, statistics speak for themselves. You can see on the screen. 66% of global mobile money transaction value is from Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa has the highest number of adults with mobile money accounts. So what is next? Well, of course, everyone is talking about artificial intelligence and the possibilities of AI improving productivity, creating new opportunities, and solving perennial problems that we haven't been able to solve before. The impact of it is on healthcare, biosciences, manufacturing, and of course, financial services, and that's just to name a few, and that impact can be significant. So for Africa, and according to the African Development Bank, this could be a $1 trillion opportunity in 2035, and that is an increase in GDP. The urgent yet responsible deployment of AI has the potential to create 40 million jobs by 2035. Even in conservative estimates, it is predicted to increase GDP by $250 billion. This is a significant opportunity that cannot be missed and certainly cannot be ignored. The good news, though, is that the continent is already seeing developments that are making an impact using AI technologies. Here in Ghana, companies are building facial recognition software that can support digital identity, but using more diverse data sets, and therefore it's much more appropriate to the context, adapting to local requirements. Also, AI in Ghana has been used in payments to improve access and services. It's been used across the economy, in fact, in areas of farming, pharmaceuticals, and other industries. And it's not just the case in Ghana. It's actually the case across the continent. Many governments are setting their AI strategy for their countries. And there are many cases across various industries. And indeed, in financial services, we are seeing a lot of use cases using AI technologies, where we see applications that enhance the user experience and reduce costs, such as chatbots for customer service, or those that reach wider markets in investments and savings, such as robo-advice, or lending and credit facilities for a wider market, a wider target market, such as AI for better credit scoring, where you could use more diverse data sets and reach more target markets such as the informal sector and MSMEs, or indeed applications that enhance the integrity of the financial system and protect consumers, such as in the areas of fraud detection, compliance, and risk management. All these and more make services better and more accessible, and they build on what digital infrastructure there is today. So this is the good news, but there is more to be done. And here are some interesting data points. The Oxford Government AI Readiness Index suggests in 2025, Sub-Saharan Africa had the lowest average digital skills score. North Africa and Middle East were one cluster on the index, and they were tracking against world average, around 40% or so. But let's be clear, this is not the entire story. The development of AI is indeed uneven across the continent. There are some excellent forward-looking initiatives across the continent that I've spoken about and that you've heard about through the earlier speeches. But many still grapple with infrastructure, with governance, and with skills shortage. And I believe, even though there's a lot to be done, I believe that this is the opportunity for Africa to take a leaf from its past and act today, and this can be done in a few ways. First, and by the way, all of these are interconnected, they go hand in hand. First, policy and regulation to support new technologies. How is the regulatory environment supporting financial innovation ambitions? How are you supporting firms wanting to innovate? Is regulation an enabler or a blocker? And how can innovation support the right use cases, knowing that there are risks and we need to balance the risks and innovation? Innovation has to be balanced with risk management, and that is the role, the difficult role, I should say, of regulators around the world, not just in Africa. There are different tools to support this. And in fact, the FinTech Foundation, led by Chris Brummer, CEO, who's here out of Washington, DC, identified that there isn't a benchmark to assess the regulatory readiness for financial innovation across various jurisdictions. And so they're taking the lead, and GFTN partnering with them on developing the FinTech Regulatory Index this year. You'll hear more about it throughout the conference and hopefully throughout the year. And that's just one tool. Each jurisdiction can conduct its gap analysis against international benchmarks, against its peer jurisdictions, or indeed against its own ambitions. And that way it can create a roadmap for how innovation can be embraced in the right way and for the context of that jurisdiction. Second, infrastructure and experimentation. Unlocking the potential of a technology that is moving rapidly, it comes with risks, but it has tremendous benefits, needs the right infrastructure. I'm not just talking about hardware, software, data centers. These are very important. But also the governance frameworks, the risk management frameworks, the public-private partnerships, and the experimental testbeds and sandboxes that can allow for experimenting to uncover these risks. They're novel risks, so trying to understand what they are, but in a safe environment. But also innovation hubs, incubators, accelerators, all to encourage responsible development, yet at pace. And then the third is very important. It's upskilling and capacity building, from creating talent pipelines to institutional knowledge and skills. Capacity building has to go hand in hand with any strategy for financial innovation. And in the case of AI, understanding what these models' strengths and weaknesses are, what they can and cannot do, and what are the trade-offs that come with the various models. All this is critical for us to ensure that we know when we need to make a decision and not the machine, that we understand the role of AI agents, that we understand when the machine is hallucinating. And these are just a few of the problems that we need to look out for. Also, we are the domain experts, and no model comes with domain expertise inherent in it. And so the AI can only work if it is combined with domain expertise. So if we take all of these and all of these three points together, we can cut through the hype and we can. So this is the continent's moment to innovate, to invest, and to make an impact by implementation. Everyone has a role to play. from public sector to private sector and academia, and we at GFTN hope that we can also play our role. So at this moment, I would like to thank our wonderful partners, the Bank of Ghana and GIPS, for making this event a reality. We're proud to be partners with you. Let us use this opportunity for all of us coming together, and let us collaborate with each other to turn these insights into action, into execution, thus delivering the 3 I's: innovation, investment and impact, and let's not forget the 4th I, implementation. I look forward to being part of these discussions, and I wish you all a very successful conference. Thank you.
Please help me appreciate one more time Madam Maha El Damaki, Chief Executive Officer of the Global Finance and Technology Network, for that great expose, the future-ready fintech lessons from Africa and Asia. And he's given us the 4th leg to our contemplation. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk innovation investments, we talk impact. What's the next? Everybody, put your hands together. You were listening. And so now that we have a good overview of some working examples in Africa and in Asia, wouldn't it be nice if we have the full picture of how finance works in emerging markets? It will be proper to lay that foundation before we hear from our governors as they walk us through this conversation on regulating the next frontier, central banks, and the next frontier of digital finance. And so for 11 minutes, please, let's watch this fireside chart, the future of digital finance in emerging markets. It's a conversation with CEO of MTN Group, Mr. Ralph Mupita. Please lend your attention to the screens.
Here in Ghana, and the 3I Summit is very happy to welcome the Group CEO of MTN, Ralph Mupita, to this fireside chat on the future of digital finance in emerging markets. Hello, Ralph. Thank you for joining us today at 3I Summit.
Thanks very much for having me here, even though we're having a virtual fireside chat. And look forward to hearing how everything has gone in the 3I Summit. Really, I couldn't be there physically, but this is as good as it gets in our digital age.
Wonderful. We're talking about the future of digital finance in emerging markets. How excited are you to be here today, Ralph, and how important is this topic at this time?
Topic is super important. We're seeing the speeding up of the digital economy across the world. We see advances in AI in particular, fast track what we thought was possible in 5-10 years' time. These things are happening today. As one thinks about kind of the digital economy and its expansion and its pervasiveness across the world, the timing of this conference with the focus on digital finance could not have been more important. There is an enormous opportunity for us across Africa to be able to leapfrog some of the challenges that we face through leveraging the benefits of the digital economy and digital finance.
So for years, we've spoken about financial inclusion. From where you sit today, what tells you that Africa has moved from access to now building real digital financial systems?
I think we've gone through, probably the last 15 years of mobile money developments across markets, whether it's, you look at the progress that's been made in Ghana, progress made in other parts of Africa, particularly in East Africa, is we've seen mobile money evolve and become more pervasive across markets, user acceptance, and so forth. There's been a massive transformation. So if you look at GSM data sets and you look at kind of the transaction value for mobile money systems in particular, globally it's about 2 trillion. And Africa is a big part of that 2 trillion of mobile money across the GSM markets, or the markets that GSM reports. And that's, in the main, what we've been experiencing has been P2P, transfers, cash in, cash out. But we're at the point where I think we're about to see a more digital form of financial inclusion. Historically, this has rested on USSD-based technology. It's been based on 2G handsets and the services that I spoke about. But I think as you look forward, we're in the middle of a transformation for digital finance that's happening right now. I think we're going to find that this digital finance will happen on smartphones, not 2G phones. We're going to have a much more amplified experience, so much more app-based digital finance opposed to USSD. I think you're going to see more nano lending, so-called bank tech. You're going to see more remittance. You're going to see more payments. You're going to see stable coins being part, or crypto being part of the ecosystem. So we're at a point of transitioning from a mobile money system to true digital finance. And I think it's going to be very exciting, and it's going to be a powerful accelerator for growth for African markets.
So you just described the what is it that the telco-led platforms bring, particularly the traditional financial models struggle to deliver?
I think traditional financial models struggle in a couple of domains. I think the first is the capillarity of the business models of traditional finance, the ability to get to the end user at a cost to serve that is, affordable to the user. We're talking about, $1 to $2.5 average revenue per user across the African markets that firms like such as ourselves can then, the traditional banks and insurers would not have the capacity to get so close to the customer. So the leveraging of the distribution and other systems that telcos have, I think, is enabled to create reach and access to where the truly is. And I think that's going to be super exciting because I think it will really fully democratize finance, number one. And I think it becomes an accelerator for economic growth. We are bringing people into the ecosystem to participate in the economy more formally, and the transactions you can see as possible. And I often make reference to India as a very interesting market to see the power of the digital economy to drive the economy forward. And I think we have a process of opportunity to really accelerate, particularly in the youth knowledge that we see over the next 2 to 3 decades, where the bulk of the workforce from the world, or for the world, will actually come out of Africa. And digital finance is a big role to play.
Ghana has taken some important policy decisions recently, and I know you're Ghana, I think it was in March, and I know you love Ghana. But from an operator's perspective, what do you need to see from regulators to encourage long-term digital financing?
I think the first thing is we need regulatory certainty. An environment where the regulations are clear and they are forward-looking. The regulated developments will obviously focus on potential requirements, capital requirements for driving finance forward. But I think they need to be equally matched by protecting the consumer. I think we need to enhance trust in the system. There's a global phenomenon that we're dealing with right now around fraud and scams and the need to protect us consumers. So I think all of that as an ecosystem is required to really enable a very vibrant and very responsible acceleration of digital finance across our markets.
And Ralph, the TV3 Summit has grown from dozens of countries. Cross-border payments, big topic, regional trade all the time. What would we really need to change for Africa to move from national success stories to truly regional digital finance?
I have a vision, and I'm sure that the vision is not too far into the future, which says that digital economy and digital finance is what will truly democratize and remove the physical boundaries that there are across African markets. When you think about cross-border payments, you often have to think about how you convert different currencies into our currencies like US dollars, etc. To have a transaction. We must envisage and enable a world where a lot of the work has been done around thinking about ease of e-commerce, ease of transactions more globally. And I know that the African Bank and other institutions have done a lot of work to really pioneer payments across Africa, and they're almost frictionless and at scale with limited friction. So I think that world is upon us right now. And the world we're living in and the issues that we're dealing with in current times should be able to accelerate those efforts to try and make the African continent, at least at the digital economy level, have less boundaries, less borders, and enable transactions to flow within a very safe and secure ecosystem. So I think we're not very far away from that today, and we must encourage it.
But on a more serious note, AI is doing a lot of things, right? Fraud detection, AI is being used for this, credit scoring, customer management. From your perspective, Rob, where can AI make the biggest positive difference in digital finance in emerging markets? And what responsibilities come with such power?
My point of view is as follows. I think, firstly, the use cases for AI as we know it, it's a fast evolving foundation of technology. But I think there's some no-brainer use cases here, such as fraud detection you spoke about. This is about inspiring trust in the system, and so forth. And I think there will be new use cases that will emerge over time as the technology advances to more powerful AI systems. This will be use cases around customer service, and that must be done responsibly. But I think at the same time, we need to be thoughtful around the risks of AI in of itself. I think there's still human intervention required between the bookends. Digital finance has as its foundation trust. So and that trust must survive human and AI agentic systems into the future.
Finally, what's the one thing you want every leader in this room to do differently in the next year to advance digital inclusive?
The main issue is that, the ability for digital finance and digital ecosystems to prosper and really drive socioeconomic progress is that we need to, as we're doing at the summit, is to bring our minds together around creating the balance I spoke about, around enabling innovation and protecting the customers. If we can do that, I think we will see exponential growth and creating social conditions that will, make Africa super prosperous in the broader sense of what prosperity means.
I think the message is clear. Digital finance in Africa has reached scale. The next chapter is about at least three things: resilience, trust, and of course, regional integration. And that can only be built together. Thank you, Rob and Peter, for talking to us at the 3i Summit.
Much appreciated. Thank you, sir.
And thanks for watching. My name is Bernard, the 3i Summit team.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very candid conversation with insights on the role of telcos as financial platforms, the regulatory shifts shaping the market, and how emerging markets can leapfrog traditional banking models to build more inclusive, resilient financial systems, and the role of AI. Help me celebrate once more the Ralph Peter, CEO of the MTN Group. And although he's not here, he's represented by the Senior Vice President, MTN Group. Make welcome Mr. Ebenezer Chumasanti. Thank you for joining us, sir. And so this sets the tone for this all-important conversation on how we can focus on regulatory frameworks, policy coordination, and institutional approaches that support innovation while ensuring stability, trust, and system resilience. It's about regulating the next frontier, central banks, and the next frontier of digital finance. Would you please make welcome my panelists? First, the Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Zambia, the Honorable Reka Shifue Mango. It's my pleasure to welcome our second panelist, the Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Rwanda, the Honorable Nick Barija. We make welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Governor of the Central Bank of Tanzania, the Honorable Emmanuel Mpawa Tutuba. And of course, our gracious host, the Governor of the Central Bank of Ghana, Dr. John Sande Tesiama. We are honored to have the Director, Office of the United Nations Secretary General, Advocate National Health, Madame Tamara Cook, to moderate this panel. Please make her welcome with a round of applause. Madam Moderator, your panel.
Thank you so much. It is such an honor to be here with you, governors. Each of you has been a leader in what we're talking about today. I am here on behalf of Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands, who is not only the UN's Secretary General's Special Advocate for Financial Health, but she is also the chair of the International Advisory Board of the Global Finance Technology Network. So she's wearing several hats, and I'm here representing her. I think hopefully your team shared with you the questions. If not, we'll see what they have to say. But as we get started, I think I'd love to build on what we've heard this morning already. We've heard about a fourth I of implementation, but perhaps that third I that's here, the last I, is the most important, because we need to innovate. We need to, have the investment that comes with that, and we need to implement. When we unlock innovation, as all of you have in your countries, we see the results. When we have predictable regulation and supervision, that unlocks innovation that also leads to investment. But all of that must be underlined by what happens at the end of the day. What is the impact on our economies? What is the impact on the families that live in our economies, on the communities that they live in? And so we saw some statistics this morning around how many people in Africa have access to formal accounts and have access to mobile money. And we saw the number 4%, which is from Global Findex, but all of your countries have much higher penetration of mobile money. And I think that is really a testament to your leadership and unlocking that innovation that we've been talking about. I took down all the numbers of all of your countries, but I might leave it to you if you'd like to do that. And I think I'll just move to our very first question. So, what I would like to hear from each governor, and we'll start with you, Governor, since you are our host. How are fintechs in your country? And when I say fintechs, I think fintechs can be an institution type. It can be a solution inside lots of different kinds of innovation. So feel free to speak about any use of financial technology to deliver innovative financial solutions. How are they helping citizens in your country? Can you give an example of how a fintech is helping citizens manage day-to-day, deal with risks, and/or invest in their future, which is how we think about financial health? Governor Siama, let's start with you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So fintechs, for me, simply, these are technology firms that are helping to deliver financial services to the people. For our country, for example, yesterday I was looking at data in terms of the number of branches of banks across the country. I was looking at the geographical location as well. And it's clear that fintechs have a role. I mean, there are 16 regions in the country, and I saw a couple of them where number of branches are still really, really low. And so in terms of access to finance, we cannot depend on the traditional providers of financial services. Thankfully, technology works. Technology goes to every corner of the country. There's been a lot of momentum in the last 5 years, started around the last 5-6 years, and particularly in the last 2 years. We are beginning to see services by way of digital credit. We are seeing micro insurance, and there's a lot of momentum. So for us on the regulatory side, our approach has been, just as I mentioned earlier, to play a facilitating role, even as we watch out for the guardrails. Even though financial stability is our number one consideration, how can we better facilitate the activities of fintechs? We are looking at the regulatory environment. We are looking at what is next. We are looking at what more they can do. Personally, my passion is about tokenization, because I'm linking it to how I can get our diaspora. We have lots of Ghanaians in the diaspora. How can I get them to invest in country? Because those flows, I need them for my balance of payments. And so the last time I met with the CEOs of fintechs, I was challenging them. And I told them, we have to do this. Help me to drive investment, through tokenization in country. It's only fintechs that can deliver. So these are some of the considerations in Ghana. We can talk more about more details later on in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Let's move to you, Governor Tutuba. Tanzania has really played a role in lots of different kind of innovations. Can you give us some examples from Tanzania, how fintech has helped people really improve their financial health?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And I will take this opportunity, first of all, to express my sincere appreciation to my brother, Governor Johnson, for the hospitality that you have accorded to me personally, as well as my delegation from Tanzania. Yeah, so for the fintech in Tanzania has been considered as a critical platform where even in our Vision 2050, we have provided a specific slot to recognize a fintech as a part of enablers to development aspirations. So even in our 5-year development plan as well, we have taken note of the fintech, because we usually consider these fintech as a key platform which continue to expand the services and enable other key players in the economy to use different financial services and ensure even to access different platforms. And remember, in 2023, we conducted a FinScope study where we observed about, by then, 76% of people were included in the financial services. But after that, now, we observed there were 5 groups whom seemed to be financially excluded. Then these were like women, especially in rural areas, people with disability, youth, especially those below 18 years, smallholder farmers and fishers. So then we put in place a comprehensive arrangement where now key players in the financial services, we agreed to develop different modalities to reach out to those people. And for now, we have seen, especially in the remote areas where these fintechs have continued now to increase accessibility, usage, and availability of financial inclusion of financial services to different segments of the population, including underserved communities. So in terms of these services, we have seen there are different platforms where a number of key players are offering insurance services. Some of them, they can have access to payments of these bills, or even for merchants, they can have access to the normal payments. And for us as a central bank, during the after that analysis, we realized that there were a number of mobile money service providers who used to have expensive services. So we decided to develop, we call it a Tanzania Instant Payment System, because in Tanzania we have 6 mobile companies. Now, cross transactions were somehow expensive. And when we developed the TIPS, we call it TIPS in abbreviation, means a Tanzania Instant Payment System. We have now enabled it to lower some transaction costs, because we provided that service for free, and now it can enable one service provider to reach out to another service provider by using their mobile phones without additional costs. So by doing so, currently we have now came up with a number of products. For example, we have M-Pesa, where a person can enable to transact for payments of merchant and the other normal utility bills. For example, we have like M-Bima. Bima means insurance. Person now can reach out or can pay their insurance services without additional cost from one platform to another. We have like Empower, where if you want to maybe to transact, if you don't have enough credit, enough balance, still you can get an additional. Of course, it's in a form of credit, but you can still transact it through for particular transactions without having any challenges. We have, for example, as M-Pesa, where a person can pay normal bills without any challenges. So there are a lot of issues where we have seen fintech being able to easy and ensure all those transactions being channeled through without having any challenges. And just within 3 years, we have now seen the level of financial inclusion has gone up from 76 in 2023. As of December 2025, we have now reached the level of 83% of financial inclusion, because each key stakeholder had a number of initiatives that we agreed, all of us, even the government committee itself, that they will ensure to electrify the entire country. So all the villages, Tanzania will have about 30. By all the villages, internet connectivity has already reached all the villages. And up to this moment, I can say that we are in a good move where we have continued to embrace and ensure fintechs are being used by everyone in Tanzania. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor. Let's move to you, Deputy Governor Barige. Give us some examples from Rwanda. What are you seeing that fintechs are doing to really help people beyond payments for these other services?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And let me also take a moment to appreciate the Central Bank of Ghana. Governor, thank you for your leadership. From Rwanda, we appreciate the collaboration that we have with the Central Bank of Ghana. Now, coming to what we are seeing in Rwanda, I want to share that from onset, fintech is no longer evolving. It's embedded in Rwanda. It's embedded in the way we live our lives. It's embedded in the way people transact. It's embedded in the way businesses run. Now, you asked how beyond payments. I was looking at statistics that we have at the Central Bank of Rwanda, and when I look at total loans, new loans issued as of March 2026, close to 40% of the loans being underwritten by banks using and partnering with fintechs. 40% of new loans issued have been issued using fintech. And that's commendable. We are talking about moving beyond innovation, investment, impact, and now implementation. So it's good to see that we are enabling using fintech to see how businesses transact, to see how intermediation is being done. And 40% is a milestone. It's something that we find commendable. Now, I want again to speak about implementation. In Rwanda, we are seeing that fintechs are moving beyond borders. And it's why I wanted again to commend the Central Bank of Ghana. In the second Inclusive Fintech Forum, we signed an MOU with the Central Bank of Ghana to see how we facilitate. And this speaks again to implementation, because we are seeing fintech moving beyond borders, whereas regulation is still fragmented. And together as two central banks, we are working to see how we facilitate a fintech in Ghana to come and operate in Rwanda, how a fintech in Rwanda can operate in Ghana. In the Inclusive Fintech Forum that we had in February this year, we've extended it. We signed an MOU with the Central Bank of Kenya. So my expectation is that we continue to create this coalition of the willing of central banks to be able to facilitate fintechs that are working beyond borders so that we can have harmonized implementation. I think those are the two use cases that I would want to share at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Governor. And last but certainly not least, it's nice to have two women on each side of the panel. Deputy Governor Mango, how are you seeing in Zambia that fintechs are delivering value for your population, managing day-to-day, dealing with risks, investing in the future?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And again, I also want to add a special recognition to the Bank of Ghana. I think they've set on in this area of fintechs. We have learned quite a few lessons as well from Zambia. With regards to fintechs, I think the drive has been and the growth has been exponential in Zambia. When we look at where we're coming from, where we're at, and obviously focus is where we're going. We have seen growth. I know when COVID came, it was very destructive. But out of that, I think a lot of good things have come with regards to fintech development and also how we have evolved as an economy. We are seeing now fintechs as one area that is really tied to economic growth in Zambia and also helping the underprivileged and also the underserved economy to be part of the whole financial ecosystem. We recently published our financial scope survey of 2025. And in that survey, it shows that mobile money usage rose from 58.4% to now 76.1% over 5 years. And you'd agree with me that these numbers are really quite, it's showing a growth path. Again, between 2025 and between 2020 and 2025, the number of active electronic wallets doubled from 8.6 to 17.2 million. And I'm talking about a population of slightly over 20 million. So in terms of the inclusion agenda using fintechs, we do have the statistics, we do have the numbers to show that this is an area which is really on a tangent of impact and ensuring that we don't leave anyone behind. Fintechs have really evolved in Zambia. I think as alluded to earlier in earlier speeches, we have fintechs now offering savings, credits, insurance, pensions, and also investment tools. With the informal sector, we do have, for instance, daily loans where a marketeer is able to borrow, buy goods, and then also sell those goods and be able to pay back the loan. I think this has also seen us increase the number of growth in terms of MSMEs, as well as ensuring that the financial health of different households now is at a different level. So all in all, I think with regards to fintechs in Zambia, this is an agenda which from the national level to also central bank, we have seen exponential growth. And we are working on a regulatory environment that will enable this innovation to continue without leaving anyone behind. Thank you.
Thank you. What great examples we've heard about how your countries have moved beyond payments to offer many other solutions to your populations. I think the penetration of those services lags behind that of the accounts and the payments. And so I hope next time we're together, we'll be at the similar levels where everyone is using the savings and credit and insurance and pension services to really help them. And that's kind of one of the challenges before us. So I shared with you that the next question I'd like to ask each of you, and this time we'll start with Tanzania to mix it up a little bit, it is what is one policy solution you have implemented to enable what we're talking about today? And what's one challenge or one surprise you're currently facing? And it's okay if you don't know how to solve it. That's why we're here together, to help solve these problems together. So one solution and one challenge, Governor. I'll start with you, Chituba. And then we'll come to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Of course,
I'm innovating by, mixing up the order. Is that okay? Go ahead, Governor.
yeah, thank you very much. Of course, in Tanzania also, Bank of Tanzania usually acknowledges often these are financial innovations that have been moving faster rather than even beyond the normal regulatory and supervisory frameworks. So we usually looking forward to see how we can strike a balance, because as a central bank, our core mandate is, among others, is to ensure financial stability. But now, during the course of these innovations, we need to strike a balance between financial innovation and the consumer protection, while we proceed with our normal obligation. That's where now we usually find different ways to address these challenges. But in the current situation, we established the FinTech Regulatory Sandbox, which actually was innovators to test the financial solutions in a live environment within a limited space of under the supervision of the bank. As of because we have about 3 years now since we established the FinTech Sandbox. We have witnessed about 63 innovators, and we created like an incubator where we also provide some funds to support those new innovators and the startups. And I remember about 2 weeks ago, I have approved the 3 products just to enter in the market. So we have been striking a balance based on our mandate, but at the same time ensuring that those innovators who are coming out, they can come up with their products and enter the market without creating any challenge. So one of the key challenges that I can have witnessed as of now is the limited access to financial data, because it seems there is a mistrust between these new innovators and some of the financial users, or those who can provide the data. So in different times, when these new innovators come up with their products, there are people who are hesitating to provide those data, or they can even scare to accommodate them in their normal platform. We have seen even in the universities, for those who are pursuing ICT programs, when they are applying for maybe field for studies, there are some companies that are hesitating to take them. They can feel that, okay, once they invite them in their good institution, they can hack some data. So there is like a mistrust, but we have continued to support them and ensure at any period of time when they can have data. For us as a central bank, sometimes we provide our own data in a special guidance to test their products if they can meet the needs of the market. But up to this moment, I think the most critical problem is aligning on access of data. That's what I can contribute at this moment. Thank you very much.
Great. Let's move to Rwanda. Can you give us one solution you've implemented and one challenge you're currently facing?
Thank you. In terms of policy, it's been around the need to ensure that innovation matches with trust. So with the Central Bank of Rwanda, a couple of things that we've done. One, appreciating that financial inclusion in Rwanda is around 96%. But when we further look into the data, we see still a gender gap. Now, the Central Bank of Rwanda has been at the forefront of creating financial literacy that is targeting women. And we've been moving around the country, creating awareness, but also financial awareness, but also creating transparency. And we introduced a digital tool that we call Gereranya to enable users to be able to compare pricing of financial products across different institutions. That's one thing I would speak to. Now, in terms of challenge, as I mentioned, we see that innovation is moving beyond borders, but regulation, it does not. So that's the challenge that we see in Rwanda, that we are grappling with. We are reaching out to peers, central banks, and saying, how do we address this? How do we facilitate this? And we appreciate the collaboration that we have with other central banks in trying to address this challenge. It's ever growing. And it's a challenge we're dealing with as a central bank. Thank you.
Great. Let's move to Zambia. One solution you've implemented, one challenge you're facing.
In terms of one of the solutions that we've implemented in Zambia, obviously we saw the need that it was important that there was interoperability and also reduced market fragmentation. I think like GIBS, Ghana, we do have our national financial switch, which is really at that level of ensuring that we have seamless payments across persons, banks, and also wallets. With this innovation, I think it has allowed the space for the back of the mind, the need for consumer protection, as well as safeguarding the other issues of cyber fraud. So this has made it very convenient for the consumer. I think we've also seen high usage in this area and the reduced usage of cash, together with other interventions in terms of digital financial services awareness that we carry out countrywide. I think like Tanzania, the regulatory sandbox has also helped us. It was implemented in 2021, and we have tested 4 fintechs, which have actually proven that it's important to have that controlled environment before you actually roll out certain products and services. Then one of the challenges that we are currently grappling with is this, the growth in virtual assets. I know a number of our sister central banks have made headway in this area by coming up with regulation. I think it's an area where we are still at infancy. We have frameworks, but we're yet to have strict regulations on how to grapple and handle this issue. So one of the areas that we're looking at as we look at this challenge is how can we have a phased approach, and in terms of how do we get to regulate this space. So those were my 2 opportunities, what we have done in terms of the policy issue and also what we are grappling with being virtual assets. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now let's come back to our host. Governor, what is one policy solution you've implemented, one challenge that you're grappling with now?
Yeah, so, one area we've always sort of looked at where we think fintechs can help is to do with private sector credit provision. If you look at the data in real terms, you would notice that we've been lagging behind our peers. We are doing just around 10% of GDP. Our peer countries are doing 3 times that, others are doing 5 times that. And so it is our interest, through fintechs to increase private sector credit, microcredit schemes and the likes. But we noticed that there were abuses. There were all kinds of, harassment by people who defaulted and the likes. So recently we had to issue a set of guidelines, to clean up the space. We believe that the guidelines will help to streamline activity. But you see, it leaves another challenge. What we noticed is we also have to scale up on knowledge of financial technologies. There is some level of illiteracy when it comes to, financial technologies. And so we will need to do a lot of financial education across the country. Even to do with the financial technology itself. People out there to be able to use the smartphones, to be able to operate them in ways that they won't take advantage of them. So yes, we have, introduced those guidelines and directives. We expect it to work, but we've also noticed that there has to be a lot of financial education. I believe we can win that also. Sometimes I just observe our market women, play with their phones. And I'm hopeful that we can train them. We can enhance the level of literacy among the rural folk. It will go a long way to help. Where young people at school can access credit on their own. They can try their hands. People who have gone to learn trade can buy little tools to set up their own shops. It is something that the central bank is interested in pushing. But clearly, it's emerging that we still need to address the problem on other fronts.
Thank you, Governor. I feel like we could spend the rest of the day talking about the issues that all of them have brought up. Please, yes, join me in thanking for that. We've heard about price transparency. We've heard about education, digital literacy. You said playing with your phones. The evidence shows that learning by doing is the best way to learn, right? So giving people opportunities to learn finance, to learn about fintech when they need it, where they want to use it, when it's actually adding value to them. That's how you increase that literacy. You talked about stability. Evidence shows that when families are more financially healthy, it also increases economic stability. And so it doesn't have to be a trade-off, right? It can be mutually reinforcing. The issues around frauds and scams and regulation across borders, so many different things. We've also heard so many excellent things from the opening speeches and fireside chat. So I'd love to give each of you opportunity if you would like to respond to anything any one of the other panelists said or one of the speeches this morning. I think we have a little bit of time. Does anybody want to react or respond to anything you've heard today, this morning? Go ahead, DG.
I think there's something the CEO of Gibbs mentioned, and Madam, it's really stuck with me. The example you gave of the woman in the necklace. As I feel, and this is to everyone here, the challenge that we have before us, mainly for fintechs, is to think about that woman. I feel the focus needs to be on the value, not just the valuation of fintechs. To keep in mind households and small businesses, to say how do we create value. How do we sustain trust? I feel those are themes that are emerging here that I wanted to speak to affirm that the fintechs that are in the audience need to constantly bear that in mind. What's the need in society that we are speaking to? How do we address it in a way that it creates trust, in a way that it creates transparency, in a way that it creates impact. Thank you.
Great. Anyone else? Go ahead, Governor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have taken note of the sentiments made by High Excellency Vice President during the opening remark when she mentioned a number of key issues. And as I spoke earlier, that in Tanzania, we took on board some different issues and we had a very good arrangement where different key players, we sit together in the same room and try to brainstorm and see how we can enhance these fintech, become as enablers of other economic activities. And in our case, based on what Madam Vice President spoke here, was on the moment where the government and other key players can put in place good regulatory framework, and other key players, either they can support in different ways, including the issues of infrastructure. Because for Tanzania, I saw when the government made a commitment to electrify all the villages and ensure network connectivities be available throughout the country. We have the government made a commitment, allocated resources, and has really made it. And you have seen now, that's why I said in my area discussion that just within 3 years, we have seen from 76 to 83%. And all those whom we found to be financially excluded by that time, we came up with specific arrangements which now took them on board. And with the collaboration with other key players, they come up with different products that were really targeting those groups. So I hope in terms of expanding services to ensure that everyone is not left behind, we can just make it by incorporating all key players in the journey. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
I think what resonated for me was the presentation by the partner from Singapore. I think there was a lot of statistics that was presented to us this morning. And it got me thinking that, yes, we are making a lot of strides. We have the right leadership, I think, in Africa to go beyond in terms of improving the financial health for the continent, for all our people. I think what also struck was the need for us to leverage on AI tools to just get that data, and from the data create or implement policies that will help us on this agenda, so that we have an inclusive without leaving anyone behind, and also just to ensure that as a continent we look from within and we connect our systems within us to ensure that even on scale in terms of costs, that is reduced as we innovate more products in the financial technology journey. Thank you.
Great. Governor, any reactions?
Well, listening to some of the speakers, it's clear that fintechs have a huge role to play. First, in promoting financial inclusion generally, whichever services. We are looking forward to listening to the experiences of our peers. We want to see what we can do more beyond where we are currently. But we are also interested in the role of fintechs when it comes to cross-border payments. Rwanda has confirmed we have an MOU with them. We are looking at other MOUs as well. There's a session for governance. There's a roundtable just for ourselves. We want to see what more we can do. So we are open. We are open. We think that through technology, through fintechs, we can achieve some of the aims, some of the things that have eluded us for so long. We can use fintechs to accelerate that. But of course, as central banks are, we cannot compromise on our financial stability goals. We'll keep our eyes on the guardrails, but at the same time, we'll work with fintechs. We'll look at our regulation. With us, I was discussing with my head of fintech the other day, and I said, you know what? I want to have a separate legislation for fintechs. You know, we regulate them currently under the Payment Systems Act. And I said, no, can I see more dynamism? Can we have a separate law just for fintechs? So that's the idea, thinking about what next, what more can we do? How do we, extend the boundaries? And for me, that is what this conference is about. We are open to learn. We are open to share ideas. Thank you.
And congratulations on your partnership, on the collaboration on the passport. Hopefully by the end of this session, we'll have more of these examples. You'll have inspired more of this kind of collaboration. Governor, I loved what you said in your speech, which was, access must translate to value. We have to make it count. And I think that conversations like this are a good example of this. Well, I think that we are running out of time. I prepared you to try to come up with a soundbite that you'd like to close with. I often find that sometimes it's nice to just have something succinct at the very end. So as you gather your thoughts to remember what your kind of last parting shot is going to be, I asked you each to think about how would you like to challenge the next generation of fintechs to deliver more value or impact, that I from the three I's, in your country. Let's start at the end of the row with Zambia.
Inclusion gains alone are not enough. So resilience and long-term well-being must improve. The challenge for fintechs is to move beyond scale and speed, and also to focus more on impact and use ultimately. Thank you.
Excellent. Please, yes, I think that deserves a hand clap. Rwanda, let's hear yours.
Something that the Vice President mentioned, I think the challenge is to fintechs, as you scale, it's important to recognize that trust is your most important infrastructure.
Great. We've heard a lot about trust this morning. Tanzania.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. From my side, I see the challenge might be on building trust and confidence, because throughout, at the moment, once you want to transact, you need to have trust and confidence on the systems that you're really using. But now, sometimes citizens may lag behind from these products, and you have seen a number of startups and innovators. They come up with the products with the assumption that everyone is confident to read, without even testing the level of understanding, the level of knowledge the users. So when they are developing these products, they need also to think on the way users can have access to it, and avoid some sort of fraud and cyber risks, because for users, they may continue to hesitate and have feelings that probably they can lose their money. So the issue of trust and confidence in the products are used to be developed, I think, is also key. Thank you.
Trust and confidence. I think those are two important words. And finally, our host, what would you like to leave us with?
Yes, so for us, it's about innovation. It's about identifying the problems we have as a country and designing solutions to these. And I believe it is a consultative approach. We have to talk to each other. So last week or so, or 2 weeks ago, I met with all the fintechs CEOs. We had breakfast together, and we had a good time listening to them and they listening to us. And I told them from now on, every quarter, we'll have one breakfast meeting. just to listen.
Too often, I find that innovation is for innovation's sake. And what you talked about is understanding the problem first and then the solutions. And I think that is so important and such an example for fintechs. Well, it has been my honor to be with you on this panel and to moderate this discussion. As I said, I think we could keep talking all morning, but please join me in thanking this fabulous panel on the frontier of fintech.
And help me thank our able moderator, Madame Tamara Cook, for such a masterful moderation. How about a group photo right there in the middle? And that has been a very robust conversation on regulating the next frontier central banks and the next frontier of digital finance. And shortly we shall have a presentation on inclusion, but before that, let's appreciate our partner, the Ghana Interbank Payments and Settlement Systems, with a video.
Every day in Ghana, millions of movements unfold, powered by something greater. But behind every tap, every transfer, there is a system working quietly in the background. This is where GIPS comes in. Ghana Interbank Payment and Settlement Systems, the backbone of Ghana's digital payments ecosystem, powering interoperability, connecting banks, fintechs, and institutions, enabling seamless transactions across platforms.
Welcome to the world of GIPS. GIPS was established by Bank of Ghana in 2007 to partner financial services industry to develop and manage efficient and secure payments. Our role is simple, yet critical to Ghana's payment transformation. We provide interoperable infrastructure that connects banks, fintechs, mobile money operators, enabling them to deliver digital payment services to their customers.
GIPS is an enabler, a trusted infrastructure built to connect everyone. At scale, the impact is undeniable. Millions of transactions processed daily, a rapidly growing digital economy, an ecosystem expanding across every region. GIPS is not just enabling payments, it is driving financial inclusion, fueling innovation, and strengthening trust in the system, empowering fintechs, supporting financial institutions, creating opportunities for millions. And the journey doesn't stop here. GIPS is ready to connect beyond borders, to integrate with switches across Africa, to power the future of business on the continent.
The future of GIPS is to be the enabler for its work. We will continue to deepen our role as Ghana's digital public infrastructure, powering seamless, real-time, and interoperable payments at scale. We will build resilient, reliable infrastructure that enables banks, fintechs, mobile money operators, as well as digital asset providers to innovate and expand their business. Ultimately, GIPS will remain the platform connecting the ecosystem, driving inclusion, efficiency, and the future of digital financial services in Ghana and beyond.
Ghana Interbank Payment and Settlement Systems, because when payments work, economies grow, businesses thrive, lives improve. Partner with us, build with us, connect to Ghana's trusted payments infrastructure. Ghana Interbank Payment and Settlement Systems, GIPS.
And while theirs is a beautiful mandate of implementing and managing interoperable payment systems infrastructures for banks and non-bank financial institutions in Ghana, his and that of his institution is a labor of love of doing so for the entire continent. Would you please make welcome the CEO of the Pan-African Payments and Settlement Systems, Mr. Mike Ogbalu III, who joins us. Thank you. Let's now talk about digital financial infrastructure, which is becoming central to expanding access to credit and financial services. What we want to have now is a presentation from Jumo and their approach to building scalable systems that support inclusive financial access. Would you please make welcome the Group Chief Executive, Mr. Paul Welton.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Asiama, for being such a great host. It's really an honor to be here. As I stand here today in front of all of these incredible industry leaders and talking about digital financial services, I can't help but go back 10 years when we came here for the first time. And I recall sitting at the Bank of Ghana with our partners, MTN and all of the banks, talking about a dream. And a dream well before the era of AI we are today. We were sitting in that room talking about machine learning and credit scoring through artificial intelligence, but it was purely that, only a hypothesis. And through collaboration, I stand here today very proud knowing that we are now in 10 countries doing $300 million a month. Ghana is truly the flagship that started all of that. It's that flagship that we use to show some of our other partnering countries how to do responsible digital credit finance. I think we cannot start, and I'm so glad that the Honorable Governor of Rwanda said we have to start with the customer. That is incredibly important to us. When we look at back at our journey, this is really where it all starts. So what we have on the screen here is Miss Regina Ogu, one of our customers that has been with us for 9 years. And we see an extraordinary journey where a customer that started with small loans just as emergencies morphed into an SME, a business where she's a jewelry seller, she's employing people, and truly an SME 10 years later. And that's only possible through partnership and collaboration. And it's the core of what we do. Fintechs often get valued on how quickly they scale and grow. But I think it's important that when we work together as a team and as policymakers and partners, that we focus on our customers and the end users that we're all very passionate about. So we often hear the words, it takes a village to raise a child. There's so many of these metaphors. But for us, truly, when we look at the data of Regina, it's a story that I can't tell you how much work from everyone in this room that have been. Without a mobile network that gives you payment rails and interoperability and the ability to disperse into a loan and collect from, that won't be possible. If you look at Regina's journey, you'll see she's been funded by 4 banks. We believe that it's impossible for one balance sheet or one funder to do that. We don't believe in disruption. We don't think it's a market you should capture, but we believe it's important to help a customer through their entire journey in open competition. If you look at the big spike on the graph here, that is when Miss Regina went through a tough time. It took her 356 days to repay her loan. But through very collaborative policy making with the Bank of Ghana, we've implemented a structure where there's no penalty and no punitive compound interest on a customer of this nature. And that allowed her that only after her 4th loan, she came back into the system and it gave her the ability to grow her business to now 6,500 cedis a month. That is an incredible feat for one customer to do. And if we start focusing and zooming out on how many of these customers we've served, you will see the incredible impact that collaboration on policy making, pricing, and most importantly, partnerships with local institutions, all of the banks that are here today, and of course, our telecommunication partners. So let's fast forward to today. Where are we in Ghana? Almost 11 million people served through all of these partnerships. We've done 66 billion cedis of disbursed to these customers. That's almost 3 loans every second. So as I've been standing here talking to you, we have real Reginas in the market accessing their loans in real time. Now, we've traveled the world to see best practice and see how digital credit works. And we truly believe that there's nowhere else in the world that we see this level of interaction like we see in Africa, and specifically in our flagship Ghana. 3 loans every second. Importantly, risk needs to be low. So even with all of that access and all of that lending going on, we see only 3% default rates. And that is because we've got incredible partnerships with our banks and with the regulator, making sure that we stay within those boundaries. It's important that we get to as many people as possible, but we have to do that responsibility. We've spoken about education a lot today, and we feel that is the most important part of financial inclusion. I think what Regina's story showed us is that even if someone defaults on their first loan, if you treat them fairly, you don't outprice them into the market so they never return, they could come back and 9 years later be an incredible customer that all banks and funders can benefit from. So how did Ghana succeed and why is it the flagship? It really is what our honorable host said this morning about open collaboration. We got here 10 years ago and we started the conversations with dreams and innovation. We learn from each other. But if you see and you look at this graph, it is truly the only way to get to scale as all fintechs on this beautiful continent. Of course, we will have bilateral relationships, as you can see depicted on this image, and we will have to talk commercial terms with individual partners. We get regulated by the fintech office as a fintech, and those are bilateral. But it is truly in the middle where we all have open dialogue about the growth and how we want to move forward, where the magic happens. And that is really the flagship hypothesis that Ghana has proven that we want to transfer to the rest of the continent. So let's use a real life example of how we did that very recently. I think pricing, specifically in digital credit, has always been one of the points and most talking about points. And recently we had open conversations with the Bank of Ghana, all of our banking partners and our telecommunication partners about how do we see pricing of the individual versus an ecosystem. Now we know we've never compounded and we don't believe in that punitive interest, but there is an argument to say, should customers' prices reduce over time? And what is it that you're ultimately trying to do? Are we trying to get Regina to a 1% interest rate? Or are we trying to create more Reginas? And that was a question that we posed to each other as we worked through this. And what this example shows you is the incredible resilience of a collaborative support through very highly stressed times. As you can see there, we had almost 1 million. Oh, no, I've got 1 to 4. Apologies. As you can see there, we've gone from almost 1 million new customers onboarded every year through economic stress and the fluctuation of inflation and the cedi dropping to only 600,000 customers in 2022. And that's where conversations became very critical, is to say, when liquidity dries up, how do we solve this together? That's why the multi-bank and the multi-partnership model is so important. Because we understand that there are certain players that will be in for a certain point of time, but circumstances change. Risk appetite change, and we need to make sure that at the end of the day, Regina is always protected. So we worked together with the central bank and approved 3 new products that went onto the menu through our system. And we started creating that buffer, created excess capital that means that we can sustain the access we once gave. Because more importantly than access is the sustainability to not let that customer grow. And as you can see, as the economy started bouncing back, we've taken all of that excess capital and onboarded new banks and more funders, and we've grown that to now 2.3 million new customers included on the financial system. That is in 2025, people that have never had a loan coming on for their first loan. And they are now part of the 11 million Reginas that we've already served. And this is an incredible example of how all stakeholders in this room work together. We can move forward even through the toughest of monetary policy times. I'm going to leave you today with a few interesting observations of how we've developed financial inclusion together. So the 3 pillars that we believe in is really access, its usage, and its resilience. I think access, we've proven together, specifically in this beautiful country, that it is possible to use alternative information. It is possible to use partnerships and open collaboration to give millions and millions of people access. And we will continue doing that. I think usage is proven. We can see someone like Regina, 9 years later, 104 loans later, only spent 16,000 cedis over a 10-year period of interest and building a business even after she defaulted. We see that we got usage, and it's a rich, very data-driven approach of understanding our customers. But the question is resilience. How do we keep and protect this? How do we open this ecosystem to competitors? How do we make sure we've got all banks that want to contribute into this and we don't close the system? How do we use our regulators? How do we use policy to build this resilience? And then more importantly, how do we transfer this knowledge to the rest of this content? I want to leave you today with a question, which is my mission as the CEO of Jumo, is to say, how do we work together to serve the next 100 million Reginas on this beautiful continent I call my home? Thank you.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Paul Whelpton, the Group CEO of Jumo. In answer to that question, let me escalate it and say, how can we empower the 1.4 billion Africans? Is that something we're interested in doing? Then for the next few minutes, let's have an insight from the Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat on digital finance as an enabler of continental trade integration. Please lend your attention to the screen.
Governor Esiama, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me start by appreciating the opportunity on behalf of the AFCT Secretariat to present this message of support for the 3I Summit 2026 edition. The AFCT marks the reinvestment of Africa's economic future through the creation of a single digital market. In order to enable us to achieve this ambitious objective, the heads of states of the African Union adopted the Protocol on Digital Trade. Investing in digital infrastructure will require concerted efforts of the private sector, central banks, the African Union, in order for us to make the necessary interventions and deploy digital technology to advance integration of trade in Africa. In this regard, the policy guide that has for some time approached digital payments and fintech innovation as if they are complementary to trade is proven not to be true. That framing is no longer sufficient. Investing in digital infrastructure is not just a supporting element in reaching an integrated market, it is increasingly proven to be an operational backbone that is required to achieve market integration. The persistence of high transaction costs, the cost of currency compatibility, settlement delays continue to constrain accelerating inter-African trade more than the terms of tariffs. Some trade corridors on the continent, the cost of moving money still exceeds by far the cost of moving goods. We must urgently address this imbalance by deploying digital technologies. Recent efforts in this regard, including the rollout of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which enables payment in local currency on a digital platform, has the potential to reduce transaction costs, and indeed, it signals the recognition that trade must evolve with digital infrastructure as a head. The strategic question is no longer whether investing in digital infrastructure matters or not, but whether it is being deployed at the scale and the coherence that is required to support market innovation. Evidence demonstrates that companies that deploy digital payment systems, for example, are more likely to engage in cross-border trade and are more likely to reduce the costs associated with currency convertibility and are able to better manage challenges related to payment verification and settlement risks. This has direct benefits for the AFCFTA and for enhancing intra-African trade. We know that in Africa, intra-African trade driven largely by small medium enterprises, youthful entrepreneurs, many of whom operate across borders and in semi-formal and informal contexts that require efficiencies in order to scale. Without accessible digital payment systems, these drivers of Africa's economy will remain excluded from the broader market and will not be able to achieve economies of scale. It is precisely in this context that the AFCFTA protocol on digital trade becomes pivotal. The protocol seeks to address the constraints that existed at the time that include, amongst others, constraints related to market access, cross-border, regulatory convergence, trusted cross-border digital transactions, protections, digital personal data, etc. By the next edition of the 3i Africa Summit, the measure of progress should be not additional declarations, but tangible outcomes that demonstrate functioning cross-border payment systems, for example, measurable reduction in transaction costs based on deployed technologies, increased SME participation in digital trade, customer systems that are digitized, and as I mentioned earlier, the digitization of payment systems. All of these efforts will require collaboration between central banks, the AFCFTA Secretariat, and the African Union. We stand ready as the AFCFTA Secretariat to partner with all of the relevant stakeholders to ensure that the ambitious objective of digitizing Africa's economy is within reach. I want to thank you once again for the opportunity, and I wish you very good deliberations. Thank you.
And if His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, calls us to actionable outcomes, it's because he and his organization have led the charge. Ladies and gentlemen, it is worthy of note that the protocol on digital trade, women and youth, is the first of its kind in the whole wide world, and was achieved right here in Africa. Please. To this end, we ask a very simple question. What's the next frontier going to look like? How does it begin? Where is it going to begin from? We're going to ask ourselves how to outline priorities for scaling solutions, strengthening ecosystems, and sustaining momentum beyond this summit. This or these we shall do in our breakout sessions. But here to flesh out the lessons learned from this opening ceremony and charge us to go into our breakout sessions is the First Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana. Please make him welcome for his keynote, Dr. Zachary Momoni.
Jerry, thank you very much. honorable governors and deputy governors from across our continent, esteemed partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to start with just a brief statement, one that is, I believe, a fact, that the next frontier of Africa's financial future is not ahead of us. It is being decided now and in this room by the choices we make here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. It is a privilege to deliver this closing keynote under a theme that captures perhaps both agency and accountability. The next frontier begins here. I thank you sincerely for your engagement throughout what has been a rigorous, forward-looking opening day of the 3I Summit. Over the course of the day, we have moved from vision to clarity. We have examined what it will take to build a digital financial system that is not only innovative, but one that is also inclusive, secure, and truly Pan-African. For me, 3, or let me say 4 lessons or conclusions stand out clearly. First, that Africa already has the building blocks, and we have seen this run through all the speeches and panel sessions that we have had so far. Across the continent, we have proven models: mobile money, instant payments, agent networks, and government-led digital transfers. The task before us is therefore not invention, but scale, and enabling seamless but scale, connecting national systems, harmonizing standards, and enabling seamless movement of value across our borders. Second, and this has also been echoed variously by our earlier speakers, that fragmentation remains our biggest constraint. Disconnected payment systems and even regulatory frameworks and limited interoperability continue to hold all of us back. Without deliberate coordination, these gaps will persist, and the promise of a single digital market will remain out of reach. Third, that leadership will determine the outcome. And here, you see, markets alone will not deliver this transformation that we all yearn for. Governments, central banks, and relevant regulatory authorities must take active role in shaping the architecture and direction of the ecosystem, ensuring that innovation advances stability, trust, and inclusion. The fourth one, and this is one that has been mentioned as the fourth I in today's session, and it has to do with implementation. So fourth, that implementation, the fourth I, is as important. Here, let me underscore a point that Her Excellency the Vice President made here, that Ghana is open to partnerships across the continent and we are ready for business. The Deputy Governor for Rwanda mentioned the partnership we already have with Rwanda, and that has also been mentioned by Governor Johnson Isiama. We are open for business, and Ghana has taken the lead to have a pilot arrangement with Rwanda, and we are inviting others as well to come along. Against this backdrop, the path forward is there clear. We must scale what works by committing to concrete timelines and cross-border partnerships that move beyond pilots to full implementation. We must build systems, not silos, by strengthening digital public infrastructure, investing in supervisory capability, and developing the talent required to sustain a continent-wide financial ecosystem. And critically, we must sustain momentum beyond this summit. I repeat this, and it's also part of the implementation. Critically, that we must sustain momentum beyond this summit. The success of the 3I Summit today will not be measured by the quality of our discussions here alone, but the actions that we take tomorrow. Here again on implementation. Do our collaborations endure is a question we must ask. Do our reforms materialize? We also must ask this. Do our institutions translate insight to execution? This is also a question that we must ask ourselves. Surely, this transition will not be without risk, as has been underscored variously by a number of our earlier speakers. The Honorable Governor of Tanzania mentioned the issue of mistrust among those, venturing into the ecosystem on the fintech and AI sections. So, at every step, we must ask a fundamental question: who benefits? And are we expanding inclusion in practice, not just in promise? Ladies and gentlemen, the next frontier is not a concept, it is a commitment. It lies in the decisions we make as policymakers, the investments we make as institutions, and the partnerships we choose to build across our various bodies.